Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, National Beast Control, Ultimate Evolution, Unlimited Troops. Chapter 41. Not long after, 10 minutes passed. The Blackwater Phosphorus King, who was still struggling desperately, was immediately frozen at this moment. The black scales on his body began to peel off, revealing flesh and blood. Under the sunshine, the body of the Blackwater Phosphate Fish King quickly withered away. Note: the Blackwater Phosphorus King is in extreme weakness. Blue Skull, Jian Wushwang said softly. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Understood. Chen Xiaobei nodded. Qing Xiao took a step forward and grabbed the Blackwater Phosphorus fish. He clenched his fists. The originally indestructible body exploded instantly. Blood splattered. System: congratulations to your blue skeleton for killing a wild pet named Blackwater Phosphate Fish King. You got a little experience point. System: congratulations on your pet, Green Grasshopper, gaining a new ability. Huh, the man was stunned. What's this? Lin Xiao said with a confused look. He knows very well how powerful good at learning is. But now, he is so perverted. Could it be? Does this mean that you can get new skills before you upgrade? If you say so. Lin Xiao made up his mind. Mountain top. Green Grasshopper, who had already reached the silver level 100, looked extremely small in front of this level 100 beast. He directly threw out hundreds of skills. A mythical beast. Isn't it awesome? You don't even have a normal attack. Yan Shuangying, this is a real royal beast. Beep. I don't know what this new skill is like. Gao Peng looked at Qingshu. Skeleton Warrior, green skin. Grade: Platinum. Level 8. Characteristic: Water Element. 1. Power of the Dead, Water Vortex, Violent, Water Vortex Shield. Skill 2. Skeleton Explosion. The word skeleton will appear where the green grasshopper is hit. When the three words are superimposed, the skull explosion will trigger a second explosion, causing huge damage. Characteristics: thoughtful, studious, bandit-like, and fanatical beliefs. 5. Skull Explosion. With skeleton explosion, green grasshopper's attack power will be greatly increased. Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction, and the corners of his mouth curved. Just now, and she only has 2 attack abilities, one is vortex piercing, and the other is the power of the dead. However, the damage is not that high. But with this skill, this weakness is made up for. Turn off the control panel. Lin Xiao's eyes fell on the corpse. Reminder: the carcass of the Blackwater Phosphorus King has been detected. Should it be dismantled? Sure. Congratulations, you got 50 pieces of Blackwater Phosphorus fish flesh. Congratulations, you have obtained 50 drops of Blackwater Phosphorus fish blood. System: congratulations, you have obtained a Blackwater Scale fish skin. System: congratulations. Huh. Chen Xiaobei looked stunned. Unknowingly, so much water element has accumulated. Each Blackwater Phosphate can yield 3 fragments. So far, Lin Xiao's accumulation totaled 460. In this case, he can make 6 crystals. But the use of this thing is far inferior to that of crystal. No matter how much you accumulate, it won't be of much use. Chapter 51. The Power of Energy Crystal, the Treasure in the Treasure House. Update date: July 27, 2022. Reminder: 460 water crystals have been collected. Do you want to fuse them? Yes. System prompt: congratulations to the player, you have obtained 4 crystals. The volume of water element crystal is much smaller than that of crystal stone. It was a stone as thick as a thumb. Its shape looks like a frozen snowflake. In the transparent shell, clumps of dark blue flock can be vaguely seen flowing. Not to mention, Faye could clearly feel that this bead contained an extremely rich water element. Just hold it in your hand for a few seconds. Lin Xiao's whole body was soaked. I have 4 crystal stones here, which can be used to upgrade the levels of the other 3 skeleton soldiers. There's one more. Lin Xiao stared at the crystal in his hand, thoughtfully. Now, including this day, there are 5 skeleton soldiers in total. He has 22 pets in total. One is a small skeleton and the other is a green grasshopper. 3 skeletons. 2. In addition, there are 15 skeleton warriors. Once lapis lazuli is discovered, these gold-eating ants will evolve into lapis lazuli army ants. That is his pet army. There are 3 more. We can't just give up. This is the real strength. Only the last piece is missing. Would you like to test the amplification ability of this thing? Lin Xiao called Qingxiao. Think for a moment. He called another skeleton and walked out into the clearing. Qinghao, you focus on resisting. I will give you 2 more chances. Tell me, how powerful are these 2 times? Understood. Yi Futian responded. Immediately, a shield formed by the whirlpool of water appeared in front of him. Let's get started, Chen Xiaobei said with a faint smile. Lin Xiao waved his hand. The attack of water vortex was instantly unleashed by the skeleton soldiers. The sharp spear rotated, carrying whirlpools of water, and hit the whirlpool shield heavily. But there is no real lethality. She just staggered and diffused the blow. I'm going to take action again. Lin Xiao took out a water crystal and threw it on the skeleton warrior. In an instant, the 2 balls of soul fire in the skeleton warrior's eyes suddenly burned. A small blue flame emerged from the cold white flames. Echo each other. Kaka, a clear and sweet voice sounded. Something's wrong. Qing's skull narrowed his eyes and quickly adjusted his state. His body sank suddenly, injecting his own power into this water vortex shield. A moment, a sharp sound broke through the air. The skeleton warrior turned into a huge anaconda and hit Qingfu hard on the head. The huge force blew up the surrounding grass. The ground is a mess. Snapped. The water vortex shield instantly shattered. It stretched out its right arm and lifted the skeleton. Only then did it stop its forward momentum. Crack. There was a crisp sound. The skeletal warrior rushed over in a hurry and bowed to Lin Xiao. The soul fire in his eyes revealed a hint of panic. Haha, easy to talk about. Sister Qingfu, what do you think? Lin Xiao waved his hand and asked directly. Well, Zhao Yu responded and said no more. Very strong, Chen Xiaobei said lightly. Qingxiu thought for a while and said. This is the first time. Although the power of this whirlpool thorn is great, it is still inferior to me. However, your second whirlpool thorn is obviously stronger than mine. Otherwise, you would not be able to break through my whirlpool shield. At this time, it was obvious what a terrifying increase this crystal brought to them. Even his eloquence is much better than before. Obviously. This is a level difference. Not to mention, its affinity for water is much higher than that of ordinary skeletons. This means that he can cast more powerful water magic. This is just great. It'll be done quickly. He can make a skeleton just like this beautiful pothos. It seems that we need to make a new assessment of the importance we attach to elemental crystals. It's a pity that it can only last 5 minutes. Throw the other 3 crystals into the backpack. He was back in the swamp. Lin Xiao beamed with joy when he saw the ball of light. A small boss with bronze level the 10th of may be able to explode a silver level treasure chest. Qi Wei didn't use it today. Without any hesitation, he waved casually. A silver treasure chest came into view. It's shipped, Chen Xiaobei shouted excitedly. Lin Xiao clenched his fists. But soon, he discovered a strange place. A silver treasure chest has not disappeared yet. The man was stunned. Is it another box? Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment. Think so. He suppressed his excitement and quickly moved out the silver treasure chest. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the void. As expected, he found another box. Only, the treasure chest seems a little different this time. Or rather, it's cold. This is a wooden box. This is a box similar to the one in the base, with most of its appearance destroyed. There are also wormholes above this planet. So, that's a box. Could it be that if it's made of wood, wouldn't it be inferior to the quality of bronze? Lin Xiao was speechless, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. I know I'm unlucky, but it's not like that. Can you also break the rules and create a more spicy treasure chest? I don't think so. Among hundreds of millions of players, am I the only unlucky one? Maybe a special box. When Lin Xiao said this, she felt uncertain. He immediately used a detection skill. Bet. A special box, you can get the corresponding basic materials after paying 10 gold coins. Note, that dilapidated appearance records the pain of countless black people. He finally figured it out. This is simply a gambling box. Treasure chests are opened by luck. Therefore, this lottery box really depends on how close you are to the goddess of luck. If it is waste material. This is 10 gold coins. Yes, do you want it? Lin Xiao's throat moved. Reminder. Bear the humiliation and bear the burden, and then take action again. Good luck. Lin Xiao is speechless. Think about it. Finally, tremblingly, he took out 10 gold coins from his arms and threw them down. Dang dang dang. Immediately afterwards, there was a cracking sound. The old wooden box seemed unable to withstand the pressure and burst into pieces. A moment, countless densely packed filaments surged out from inside. Hint, if you lose, you win 100. What the hell? Everyone was shocked. Ah, it didn't work. Seeing this message, Lin Xiao had a strange expression. This is not a loss, but a win. In his opinion. What is needed most now are resources. 1 gold coin, 10 ribbons. Do whatever you want, but some clues can also be seen. These threads are not valuable. This rarity only exists in the early stages. With these threads, I can complete this set of golden crocodile armor. I need plastic, I need herbs, I need drawings of a fence. Now, Lin Xiao has a lot of powerful design drawings in his hands. Once transformed into an entity, Chen Xiaobei's combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. But the same thing, resource requirements have also increased significantly. There are also many cultivation resources that others do not have. Let's go. When I get back to the base camp, I'll ask Qi to help me open the box. A small river. Lin Xiao put away the copper water purifier. 5 hours have passed since the beginning. A total of 320 milliliters of water was purified. Although rarely. However, for him, it was more than enough. But I plan to trade it for some supplies. Most likely it will fail. That's enough. Kiran smiled lightly. Let's go. Lin Xiao called Green Grasshopper and several other pets and was about to leave. But he has only just taken his first steps. Lin Xiao was startled suddenly and looked around. There was even a hint of confusion in his eyes. Sir, what happened? Is there any enemy situation? Chen Xiaobei raised his eyebrows. Qing Xiu quickly stopped Lin Xiao and lowered his voice. No. Yi Futian shook his head. Lin Xiao shook his head with a puzzled expression. Just now, the voice of the little skeleton sounded in my mind. TCH, don't tell me what he is thinking, no way. Boss, you heard me right, I'm really calling you. At this time, the little skeleton made an obscene sound again. Lin Xiao's eyes widened. Little skeleton, when did you become a master? Even the sound can be transmitted thousands of miles away. Han Hao, this is not my voice. This is the special connection between beast masters and pets, don't you know? Is this okay? Lin Xiao looked at Qing's skull, concentrated his attention, and tried to call out in his heart. As expected, Qing's skull trembled all over, and the fire in his eyes almost burned out. Zhang Zan touched his head. She looked at Lin Xiao with a bit of confusion. Master, didn't you speak? Am I crazy? The skeleton said it encountered a ghost. This scene is really funny. Nonsense, you are already a skeleton, how can you be afraid of ghosts? It's me. Lin Xiao didn't know what to say. Ah, Lord, Jun Wuxi stopped talking. You mean, you can see through your soul, that's amazing. Qing Fu knelt down on one knee and said respectfully. And this skeleton is able to persist until now with the help of soul fire. As long as the word, soul, is involved, he will say it without hesitation. It will make them feel inexplicable. Even Qing Xiao doesn't know. Lin Xiao ignored him, his eyes still fell on the skeleton. However, they did not respond to Lin Xiao's call. That's just a special way of contact, but those skeleton soldiers are not. Is it because of wisdom? The corners of Lin Xiao's lips twitched slightly. It seems. This is the only explanation. Now. Hint. You have found a new way to communicate, a way to communicate across space and in your mind. Note. Not only that, you can also switch to your pet's perspective and observe everything around you. I understand, this is a very special ability. Are there any restrictions on the use of this ability? What's wrong? Lin Xiao chased after him. Note. The loyalty of the pet must be above 100, and it must have a certain amount of intelligence. It all makes sense. Calm down. Lin Xiao asked in his mind. Little Skull, how was the hunting this time? Was anyone injured? Boss, I'm just here to tell you something. I found a wild pet in the southeast, 800 meters away from the base. There are 12 in total, and one of them is probably at level 10. What's happening here? Lin Xiao was startled. Only then did Lin Ping truly feel how terrifying a level 10 battle pet was. If it weren't for the huge flaw in the Blackwater Phosphate Fish King, I'm afraid that his life would be caught this time. I'm afraid there's really nothing we can do against him. There is no way to break through his defense. Lin Xiao said. Yes, where are you now? Is it possible to see that level 10 battle pet? There was a brief silence. Han Hao then replied. Boss, I'm going to take a look. Do you want to get rid of it? Show me. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, then closed her eyes to rest. When he opened his eyes, it was dark before my eyes, I couldn't see anything. What happened? Don't tell me he killed you. Lin Xiao shouted quickly. Wasn't it okay just now? Whoosh, the ground shook. The light came back on. Haha, I never thought that, boss, you could have such an ability as 203. Han Hao smiled and said, hey, to prevent accidents, I specially made a hole and hid in it to avoid being discovered. Big, in front of you, that. Turn around and look. On the grassland, more than a dozen moose-like beasts were leisurely looking for food on the grass. Its body is gray-brown, and there are two strange horns on its head. Although a beast, but on the surface of its body, there are small pink flowers blooming. And around the bodies of these monster beasts are dense swarms of bees. If you don't look carefully, you might even think of this as a small tree. Interesting, Yi Futian murmured to himself. This is the first time I've seen such a complex field battle pet. It seems to be a combination of plants, and there are actually foster pets in it. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered and he continued to look around. Result: among these battle pets, he discovered a special battle pet. This moose looks relatively strong. Its body is not just a flower. There are even thorns and grass. It looks like a little queasy. I just don't know if it will be discovered within its sight range. Lin Xiao tried a detection method. After a while, a piece of information came to mind. Greenskin Deer King. Grade: Platinum. Level: 10. Attributes: Beasts, Wood, Poison. Ability 1. Speedy dash rush into the enemy formation at extremely fast speed, using two horns as spikes, with amazing lethality. Ability 2. Guard of Thorns. The Blue Elk King is covered with thorns. Anyone who comes into contact with him will be injured by his attacks, and it will also cause paralysis to his body. Negative status such as stop bleeding. Ability 3. Poisonous pollen. Can spray a large amount of pollen in the air. The person who is sprayed will be poisoned, reduce all their own attributes, and will suffer more damage. Ability 4. Summon bees and butterflies. This giant cyan deer can summon a group of wild bees and wild butterflies that are at least bronze level 6 or above to help in the battle. Characteristics: proficient in disguise, not afraid of fire. This is a wild war pet, and it's silver level 10. This is much more powerful than the Blackwater Phosphorus King. This move is too unbelievable. Lin Xiao glanced at the Cyan Elk King and suddenly turned pale. Hurtful. There is protection. It's controllable. Moreover, he can also use illusions. It would be great if Nian could be given a recovery technique. Wait, Angelette suddenly stopped her. Is it possible that their battle pets also have such abilities? Chapter 53 Joint Action, Midnight Poisoning. Update date: July 28, 2022. Now we're in trouble. He thinks this is very likely. Lin Xiao's heart thumped, and his whole body sank. The Cyan Elk King is a silver level 10 beast master. They are all very powerful. One's own formation. Only the little skeleton can fight with it. And Green Grasshopper. Although he was very reluctant to accept this fact, he also knew that he would probably be killed instantly. This green-skinned elk is not just a simple antitoxin. Moreover, he also suffered a lot of damage. It's a pity that the number of my pets is too small. So far, none of them can suppress me. It seems that I have to find a way to get more. Besides, my flaming arrow is not strong enough. The words have not yet finished. Lin Xiao suddenly felt a little interesting. If other beastmasters heard this, they would probably choke to death on a glass of forest water. Obviously, at this time, most people are worried about whether they can hunt a wild pet. Who cares about mutual support and mutual restraint? Do you think this is a legion battle? Do you need any cooperation? It is necessary. Boss, what should we do? How about I give him a sword? Lin Ping had a thought. No need to look at it at all. It can be imagined that at this time, it must have a wretched face. Try it. Are you too impatient? Lin Shui cursed unhappily, and then said. These wild pets are not easy to mess with. Not only are they high level, but they are also very powerful in combat. We must deal with them carefully. I think so too. I plan to catch a fire monkey tomorrow. While talking, Lin Xiao looked at the other green elk. All have reached bronze level 9. As for attracting bees and butterflies, I don't know. Very good. There is one silver level 10, 11 bronze level 9, and a few unknown wild pets. Swallow them all, it will be enough for us to explore to the other side of the river, let's go. Stop doing this, Lin Ping said to the little skeleton. Lin Xiao then took back his powers. His eyes turned and returned to their original position. Did something happen to that skull dog? How about we jump down? No, how about we save him? The blue skull covered his mouth and chuckled, a look of gloating on his face. Yes, 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 this battle pet is difficult to deal with. Let's make plans after we go back. A big wave of his hand. Under the leadership of Ziyu, Lin Bai and Ziyu walked towards the depths of the woods. It wasn't until after 6 o'clock in the evening that the two returned to the base. It's getting late. He even felt a little cold. Phew, the weather is getting colder. Judging from the length of this day, it's already autumn. Wang Yaodao. Lin Xiao wrapped her clothes tightly. Whatever. In fact, she had nothing to hide. On the Blue Star, before he traveled through time, it was Feng Ji. He didn't have much clothes on him. That t-shirt only covered half of my butt. But now, it's a navel-bearing outfit. As for pants, let alone that. So shameful. Printing and dyeing room, plastic, dyeing flowers. With these plastics, I can immediately build a dyeing workshop to make clothes. Start the fire. Only then did Lin Xiao take action. This is roasted bear meat. Black water fish, this is a delicious dish. There is also a bowl of rice and a red fruit. Right. That's a red fruit. Although the bonus attributes are much less, it is still better than nothing. And, it's delicious. Might as well spend a fortune. I've been fighting a war these days, can't I just enjoy it? A great dinner. Lin Xiao first threw a silver box towards Qi Wei. Click on the dialogue box and take a look. Ah, tonight, the flesh and blood of the black knife mantis is really refreshing. It's hard to imagine that this big boss would exchange the flesh and blood of the 6th level bronze. I really miss the food on Blue Star. It's not delicious at all, baby. I heard that Johnson has formed a joint organization called the Commonwealth, which seems to have attracted many people to join. Don't talk about Johnson, many people have their own clubs. I am also in Ada King's club, and the treatment is extremely good. What a pity, Boss Lin Xiao, why don't you form a group? I will definitely be your first choice. Drink water. PFF'd, PFF'd. A beast master in the desert let out a shrill scream. Sure enough, from now on, it will be an era for the major forces to unite. This doesn't have much impact on me. I am the leader of the alliance now, so naturally I have to spend money. You want me to die? Regarding this, Lin Xiao just laughed twice. Other forces are scrambling to form an alliance. In the final analysis, I am still too weak. He glanced at the current strength list. Among the largest are 5. The Eagle Federation, led by Johnson, also had a new character appear in this incident. King Adis, Knights of the Round Table, Pharaoh's Court, in Abigail. Kato Taka of Ninja. There is also Pei Yuehua from the Moon Chamber of Commerce. Among the major forces, they are all T1 level existences. Inside, each of these 4 people can be ranked in the top 10. Only Pei Yuehua is not included. Lin Xiao followed her gaze. Outside of more than 100 people. In other words, her overall strength should not be too high. But that's all. Only in this way can it be reflected. Show her extraordinary. After all, to have such influence, and influence is absolutely extraordinary. Interesting, really interesting. No matter how hard you hit me, you can't hurt my roots. Swallow the fruit into your belly in one gulp. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth curled up with an evil smile. He sent the leftover food he had eaten at night, as well as pictures of cream fruit and breadfruit to the chat room. Lin Xiao. Photo *5 at all members, starting from today, my store is officially open for business. Now there are 1. Flesh, level bronze 5 to 8. 2. Take the corresponding level of essence and blood to enhance your physical fitness. 3. Fragrant bread. Seats are limited, first come first served. In the chat room, those who brought benefits to the alliance suddenly became quiet. The only one left is Lin Xiao. Then, did I read that correctly? It's rice, it's really rice. This fruit is too high-end. Bread, this is driving me crazy. It's midnight, we're going to call the police. I'm going to eat. The things you pay attention to are too vulgar. Haven't you seen that even the big guys can reach bronze level 8? I will leave the group now. When the boss joins the group, I will vote for him first. This, late-night poisoning, news not only helps Lin Xiao, but also helps him even more. This is also a reflection of his strength. Very likely. At this moment, there are many people, especially those who are against Lin Xiao. Can't eat, can't sleep. Chapter 54. Don't you feel bad about losing a thug? Update date, July 28, 2022. Only, Lin Xiao doesn't care about that much. Seeing the reaction of most people, he secretly nodded in his heart. Even if he doesn't like himself, so what? You can't come here and hit me, can you? In strength, Johnson is second, and he still sees this. It's like a newborn child. Occasionally, the difference between this can no longer be described by 1 point. Even if the difference is only 3 or 4,000 points. This time, I'm afraid I'll have to use all my strength. The top 10 scores were not even a fraction of Lin Shui's. Do not forget, Qi Wei, who is ranked 3rd at 3.0, was promoted by him. This is not over yet. What Lin sells cannot be bought by others. Simply unheard of. And these things are very tempting. This creates a monopoly situation. If others want to get it, it is impossible. Now I only buy from him. FFLX. To go against Lin Xiao is to be the enemy of the world. Until then, the strength that was finally built may fall apart immediately. Not worth it. Has the treasure chest been opened? I now have enough resources to upgrade the second base. Turn off the control panel. Lin Xiao's eyes fell on his storage box. Just be careful, that's the area. Now we need to use the second base, the dyeing shop, and the farmland. If that little girl Fuya hadn't given him 2 earth element crystals, he might have eaten them long ago. I'm afraid this matter will be delayed for several days. This little thing really brings me good luck. Xian Sheng, Chen Xiaobei said calmly. Didi, the words have not yet finished. A voice rang in my ears. A red light flashed in his private message channel. It's now, Lin Xiao thought to herself and immediately started checking. Qi Wei, boss, I have opened the silver treasure chest and sent me all the contents. I am very lucky this time. You must be mentally prepared. Little leopard was stunned. Lin Xiao took a look and was a little surprised. So lucky, he is very lucky, and this is the reward given to him by the goddess of luck. Since Qi Wei said so, doesn't this mean that he has, in-depth, communication with the goddess of luck? As expected, beautiful women are all their own. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiao immediately took out everything in the trading area. I'm still a little excited. System, congratulations, you got 50 gold coins. System, congratulations, you got a silver white lightning trap. System prompt, you will get 5 liters of fresh water. System, congratulations, you have obtained a piece of earth crystal. Remarks, a broken key to the secret realm. System, congratulations, you got 30 plastic boxes. System, congratulations, you have obtained a silver quality steel fence drawing. A cry came out of his mouth. Listening to this series of news, Lin Xiao's smile became even thicker. 1 box, 7 things. What a blessing. He originally thought that the reward this time would be much less. I didn't expect it to be true. Although there is only 1 production drawing. But this time, there was only what he needed. This is 5 liters of fresh water. You can drink as much as you want. With this earth crystal, we can build farms and dyeing workshops with confidence. Although there is a little less plastic, it doesn't matter. As for other things. Lin Xiao paused, then took out the two things and checked them. Silver level lightning catcher. Explanation. This is an extremely secretive magic item. If an opponent steps on it, a bolt of lightning will strike down and cause paralysis within 5 seconds. Key to the Broken Secret Realm 1/3. Explanation. Collect 3 to open a secret realm of at least silver level, where you can obtain rich supplies. Silver grade steel fence drawing. 20 steel, 10 steel, 10 stone. Explanation. A strong fence can defend against a large number of attacks and can also defend against flightless creatures. Lin Lei exhaled a thick breath. The loot this time seems a little weird. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up and she was slightly startled. This silver quality ironwood fence couldn't have come at a better time. Before, he thought it was a low-level thorn barrier. It can resist the bronze level 6 wild pets, but it is very difficult to resist more wild pets. This was the first time they saw a silver level lightning trap. It looks like a landmine, but in the center of it, there is a dark blue magic circle suspended there. Vaguely, there was a crackling sound in the air. It makes people shudder. Hee. With this, I can catch that fire monkey. But what about the broken key? Lin Xiao put the last thing in his hand. It was a fragment of a bronze key. There are densely packed mysterious runes engraved on it. It really feels like a piece of art. 550. JA. Perhaps because of its age, the hilt of this sword is covered with rust. And it seemed like just a gentle pinch could crush him to pieces. What the hell is that place? Lin Xiao's brows furrowed tightly, and his heart was filled with confusion. It seems to be a copy. Call up the system interface. He opened the first message. Again no information. Beep. At this time, there was a crisp sound. Note. The secret realm is a strange place, opened by some special power, or formed by the precipitation of time. In the secret realm, there are all kinds of strange environments and various resources. There is a high possibility that it is a powerful wild war pet. I understand, it seems to be a copy. Leave it to fate, it's not easy to collect these things. Put everything away. Then, he took another look at the private message. Lin Xiao said, the loot this time is pretty good. Thank you for the gift you gave me. He. Yi Futian grinned. Boss, there's no need to thank me. I have something to ask you. Yes. Qi Wei replied. Lin Xiao is speechless. This way. Qi Wei couldn't help but chuckle after reading Lin Xiao's message. Honestly, she was also a little surprised by today's results. Lin Xiao has more than one box. She even got a lot of materials from her 2 bronze-level treasure chests. She is so thirsty for water. Qi Wei collected her thoughts and said, Boss, can I make you some drinks? L is enough. Water. Tang Wulin was stunned. Lin Xiao rubbed his chin with a strange expression. He didn't want to exchange water for it, because the quantity is too small. Half a day later, the purifier is only 300 milliliters, which can be said to be minuscule. Qi Wei must have a lot of good stuff in her hands. This is a good deal. This is sponsorship. Lin Xiao didn't respond for a while. Qi Wei suddenly panicked and said in a panic, Boss, I only drank a small cup. Drink water. This is our lifeblood. If I don't add some ingredients, you won't be able to open the treasure chest. Don't you feel bad? Chapter 55. Nothing accomplished, gathering more strong men. Update date. July 29, 2022. PFF. Lei laughed. This kid still has a good sense. Lin Xiao looked at Qi Wei's news, his expression changed, and he quickly swallowed the water in his mouth. Ahem. Chen Xiaobei coughed. My life has almost been consumed by you. Lin Xiao shook his head to calm himself down. He really didn't expect that Qi Wei would actually say such words. Yes. Now, she is just an unboxed prop. This is a human body key. But in front of so many people, he said such words. Is this okay? Not to mention, Qi Wei's character is what surprises Lin Xiao the most. Prior to this, the two had also had many transactions. However, they are not very familiar. At most, it's just a touch. Or, she is very wary of herself. But now it seems. What seems to have changed? Tisk. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's lips. A woman's thoughts are really unpredictable. He no longer sells off. Lin Xiao quickly replied. I can change the water with you, for the sake of helping me unblock the stone. But let me say it first, I can get up to 1 liter of water. This thing is not cheap. The current fresh water resources are similar to the oil on Blue Star. More expensive and rarer. Many people get diarrhea because of drinking natural water. Or die. This has caused the price of water here to continue to rise. Qi Wei knew it well, but her face remained calm. Boss, don't worry, I will give you a price that satisfies you. How about 2 pieces of elemental crystals, a piece of bronze drawing paper, li laos, and 10 pieces of colored glaze? There is such a thing. Lin Xiao's eyes widened and he couldn't help shouting. Glass is one of the most important materials for hatching pet eggs. Moreover, in order to get a diamond-quality pet, you need an incubator. Therefore, how to collect materials has become an unavoidable problem. Not enough. Buy it. 20. How about adding another 300 milliliters? Lin Xiao licked her lips as she spoke. This kid. So much good stuff. After a while, Qi Wei hesitated for a moment and said, forget it, if you were not my alliance leader, I would not do business with you. But let me tell you, you must not squeeze me anymore, I really have nothing left. Lin Xiao is speechless. Wait a moment, could it be that the evil demon King Lin has woken up? What bright colors. Don't talk nonsense to her either. Lin Xiao didn't say anything and clicked confirmation directly. Note, 1 liter of water, 300 milliliters of water. Rewards, 1 crystal, 1 gold crystal, 20 pieces of colored glaze, 1 bronze vessel, and 1 bronze vessel. Okay, what a deal. Lin Xiao nodded, expressing satisfaction. Erase the drawing. He looked at it. Recipe for bronze ash meatballs. 1 part of ashes, the blood of a level 5 battle pet, 1 soul fire fragment. Introduction. A very delicious ash ball. Eating it can enhance the defense of bones and increase happiness points. Only for undead. 1. Chen Xiaobei looked stunned. This thing is quite interesting. It's actually a drawing of gourmet food. Looking at those hard guys, squatting not far away eating bone meal, the corners of his mouth curled up in a playful arc. Meatballs, ashes. It would taste better, wouldn't it? In the tree house, after getting a bottle of mineral water, Shifeng took out all the water. His eyes fell on the 2 bottles. Qi Wei couldn't help but lick her lips that were already dry. More than 1,300 milliliters of water. If you save a little, it will be enough to last for several days. It will not be easy to replace it in the future, and it will still be in the hands of such a stingy person. He muttered. Without any hesitation, Qi Wei quickly took a small cup and drank it. Oh, how is this going? In theory, one is in a state of extreme hunger and dryness. This water is simply delicious. But this bottle. However, his face was filled with bitterness. If you put it under the sun, you can see a dark red cotton ball flying in the air. Then, what is that? Zhang Yi spat. He forced down the nauseating feeling. Qi Wei quickly sent him a message back before Lin Xiao could close the interface. Boss, where did you get the water? Don't feed me iced tea. This way. 490 beep. Seeing this message, Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown. Which one is this? If he had, could she still drink it? What's wrong? This water is filtered from the water. I have checked it and it is safe. Lin Xiao sent a message. Very scary. Qi Wei patted the hill and finally felt relieved. She believed in Lin Xiao's words. Savor. Sure enough, it is different from the previous iced black tea. At least, it doesn't look like a beautiful sheep. Ahem, boss, I have a question to ask you. When? Qi Wei asked again. Lin Xiao rubbed his forehead with a look of helplessness on his face. I finally figured it out. It turns out you are a talkative and a funny guy. Stop talking nonsense and speak quickly. Haha, of course I want to get to know you. Qi Wei knew Lin Xiao's temperament well, so the smile on her face dropped and her expression became serious. I believe, boss, you also know what the current group of beast masters is like. Everyone is helping each other, and this situation will continue. Boss, I can probably guess what you are thinking, and of course I will follow your footsteps. However, although we have no intention of recruiting more beast masters for the time being, I think we need to gather as many top combat forces as possible to avoid any problems that we cannot deal with in some matters. Qi Wei's words made Lin Shui fall into deep thought. I seem to have overlooked something. There is a world of difference between the upper floors and the lower floors. Now, at the very least, those ranked in the top 10 can ensure that their lives will not be affected in any way, and they can also steadily improve their strength. Therefore, his influence among them is almost negligible. Certainly, the key is, as for combat power, there is no need to worry. They already have enough strength. Similarly, there is no need for him to spend any funds to hinder his development. Boss, what do you think? Qi Wei looked hopeful. After thinking about it, Lin Xiao smiled and said, indeed, being with a smart person can save you a lot of trouble. Aren't you already chosen by others? Hee. Chen Xiaobei grinned. Qi Wei said with a smile, yes, Wu Sixian, ranked 4th BHBF. What do you think? Is it that woman? Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that he would be drawn into this alliance just after he made a business deal. ... Destined. Okay. Chen Zhao readily agreed. You can compete for the top 50 spots, and it's up to you to complete this task. Chapter 56 The Second Stronghold, Buried with Bones. Update date, July 29, 2022. As for why it is ranked in the top 50, Lei really took a look. Based on some simple guesses. You must know that in this area, the wild pets hunted are at least bronze level 2 or above. However, this is not enough. But among the low people, there are high people. This result, now he can be regarded as a top-notch beast master. Understand? Qin Yu felt happy. Boss, just wait for the good news. Funny girl Qi Wei sent a message. He also stopped disturbing Lin Xiao. He quickly closed the private message. But the next moment. Then, he opened another person's avatar and entered a message on it. This person is none other than Wu Sixian. Qi Wei said, Sixian, I have asked the superiors for permission, you can join our alliance. Have you considered it clearly? Our alliance has nothing at all, not even a name, Snow. Think so. Qi Wei couldn't help but curl her lips. The other side, even some newcomers have adopted very impressive names. For example, Tianba Dongba, Flame God Sect, House of Heartbroken Madmen, etc. This name is really ugly. However, it is much better than the names of these people. You can't say that you are Lei Feng, right? At this time, Yunwu Mountain, Wu Sixian was tearing pieces of beef into pieces and stuffing them into his mouth. Her base camp is in a dense bamboo forest. There was silence. Complementing the bright moon in the sky. There is a unique atmosphere. Didi, the sound of the system rang in my ears. Wu Sixian was stunned by this sudden scene. At first glance, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Lu Zhaofeng said, great. Finally I can talk to him. Wu Sixian smiled and replied, Qi Wei, thank you. If anything happens in the future, remember to tell me as soon as possible. Actually, I came to talk to Lin Xiao about something. I have sent him messages for more than 10 days, but he has not responded. Seeing her so excited, Qi Wei had even more doubts in her heart. Say this. Why do you have the illusion that the playboy dumped her? Wu Sixian asked again. Oh, do we have any seminars? I have something to tell Lin Xiao. Quote. No, the three no alliance. Besides, if you want to see him, you have to wait until tomorrow. Qi Wei remembered Lin Xiao's impatient look before and touched her cheek embarrassedly. Don't know why. Wu Sixian nodded obediently and smiled lightly. Okay, since there is no rush, let's go look for him tomorrow. This message is sent. Wu Sixian sighed. Lin Bai glanced at the two pets beside him. Compared to daytime, the injuries of the two little guys are not healed yet, but they look much better than before. Coming soon. The two children can be treated immediately and will continue for one more night. This way, after closing the control panel, nothing is wasted. Lin Sha quickly walked to the cabin. Ling Lan's heart moved. She opened her system and took out a second-level base promotion certificate. It's just a piece of paper. Similar to work files. Wrap the outer layer with a layer of red tissue paper. Once opened, I saw 4 words on the box. Base upgrade, this is a great opportunity. He had a premonition. It's so disrespectful. There are still a lot of supplies now, but after this improvement, there are not many copper coins left in our hands. As for the second layer, I don't know. Lin Xiao muttered. According to the central radiation principle, at that time, the second base will be able to open 2 areas for planting and breeding. Further afield, and the pond, the warehouse, and the ruins, I'm afraid they will be completely destroyed this time. Being too greedy will be counterproductive. The most important thing now is the planting land. As for the feedlot, I have a prototype of a meat farm here. Can it be called a feedlot? Without any hesitation, Lin Xiao started upgrading the base without saying a word. Tip: the amount of materials you own has reached a certain standard. Do you want to upgrade this stronghold to level 2? Note: the second phase will open 3 areas of planting, breeding, and living. Sure, yes, 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 Lin said, as soon as this statement came out. This is his second form of identification. Countless mysterious dark gold runes emerged from the blazing flames and continued to spread. A moment, the entire fortress was shrouded in a sea of runes. The other side, in Lin Xiao's storage bag, various supplies were pulled out at extremely fast speeds, turning into streaks of light that shot straight into the sky. Spilled on the ground. In an instant, the entire base lit up. When Lin Xiao opened his eyes again, everything in front of him became brand new. The first impression is that it is relatively clean. The ground that was full of stone pits just now has completely disappeared. But a flat grassland, the originally chaotic planting and breeding areas have been rearranged and marked with signs. Once you have a field, you can plant directly. Only. The biggest change is where you live. The original small wooden house that looked very simple has been transformed into a stone house. Moreover, its area is almost twice the original size. Lin Xiao opened the door and looked around. Not at the same time. Although it is not luxurious, it is much larger and neater than before. The key is, finally no longer afraid of rain. This decision is so right. This time it is a stone house. Next time, should I get a cement house or a penthouse with at least 1 window? When he thought of this, Lin Fu couldn't help but look forward to the future. He already has more expectations for base No. 3. After all, a clean and comfortable home has a huge positive impact. If you can, why live in such a shabby house? Note: congratulations on your stronghold being promoted to level 2. You are the first person in history to establish a level 2 stronghold and have been awarded the title of activist. Note: the current restoration units include stone houses, planting areas, breeding areas, and bone basements special structures. Little Leopard was stunned for a moment and said, "What did you say? What's going on? Did you find anything special?" Lin Xiao was slightly startled. After upgrading, you can also find treasures. Title: special buildings. Unheard of. He clicked on his attributes. Sure enough, he saw a shining title behind his name. I don't understand. Detection is on. Codename activist. Explanation: you are always proactive and fighting for your own future, so you get a 1% chance. PFFT. Increase by 1%, is this the case? Quote. Lin Shui. Completely unaffected by catching low-level pets. But if it is used to catch some high-quality pets, the effect will be very good. But where can he catch high-quality pets? Even gold is not enough. Oh, there's a tomb here that I can't look into. There must be an exit underground. Yeah, these skeleton soldiers are all bronze level 3. Our team is at a numerical disadvantage, but we still have no problem protecting ourselves. Lin Xiao nodded, expressing satisfaction. Without any hesitation, he immediately waved his hand and gave the order for action. I'll go first, Tang Shi said and then left. Green Skull took the lead and walked into the portal. With a flash of white light, everyone's eyes fell on him. The figure flashed. After a few seconds, after confirming Qingxiao's situation, they walked in. When he walked into the magic circle, the whole person felt a little dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, he was already underground. There is hot land all around, there are unknown insects everywhere, and there are dense holes everywhere. This is not over yet. The space is small and can only accommodate up to 2 people walking side by side. A full height of 2.5 meters. The atmosphere is very solemn. It was a suffocating feeling. If you have trypophobia or are trapped inside, he will probably go crazy. Even Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a little frightened when he saw this scene. How disgusting. This is the land of bones. Are you kidding me? Where are the bones? What kind of place is this? This is simply not true. I want to file a complaint against you. Lin Xiao's brows were knitted together tightly, and he cursed hard in his heart. He turned his head, rear, and a blood-red formation. Once inside, you can return to base. Ha! Lin Lei exhaled a breath of thick air. Fortunately, there is no plot where you can't leave until the end, otherwise I would be dead. There is nothing to worry about anymore, and Lin Xiao is completely relieved. Looking at the dark corridor in front of him, he gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Ta ta ta. There was silence. There was no sound, just his footsteps. Terrible. Ahem. Chen Xiaobei coughed. Lin Xiao suddenly spoke. He looked at the little skeleton and said, "By the way, where are you from? Also, do you want to remember the basement where the bones are buried? I don't even remember how I was born. I was just a pile of bones, but I came back to life under the influence of some kind of power. And that corpse basement is very scary. It's full of corpses like mine." The flames in the eyes of the little skeleton flickered on and off, seeming a little afraid. But think about it. This is the new generation of Bone Sword Master. What's happening here? This is the highest level boss. He has returned to Novice Village and is ready to block the fountain. What happened? It's so mysterious. I hope it won't be another Bone Sword Master. Lin Xiao had an inscrutable look on his face, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. I walked for about 10 minutes. White bones popped out of the ground, and a crunching sound came from the ground. Further afield, it even emitted a dazzling light. "We're here," a voice came from far away. "All skeletons, prepare to fight." Lin Xiao took out the flaming crossbow in his hand, and his alertness became even stronger. Approach slowly. When they walked out of the passage, a scene appeared in front of them. Lin Xiao's eyes couldn't help but widen, with a look of shock on his face, and his pupils suddenly shrank. His body also trembled involuntarily, as if he had seen something terrible. Hiss! Zhang He took a breath of cold air. This is the land of bones. Why is there such a thing in my base camp? Lin Xiao took a deep breath and murmured. In front of him. This is a huge space equivalent to 3 or 4 football fields. Looking up, there is no end in sight. Angelet looked at it and saw nothing. He couldn't see anything. But what's even scarier is the surrounding environment. What catches the eye? It was a hill made of rotting corpses. Its pale color was like hell, making people shudder. After all, how could you not be scared when surrounded by these skeletons? Such an environment gives people an illusion. A moment. You are one of them. This is not over yet. There were rusty weapons and armor everywhere. Some are inserted in diagonal thorns. Some are embedded in the bones. With so many corpses, it shouldn't be difficult if they all turn into undead and form a sea of undead. If we let them escape, there will be trouble. Lin Xiao kicked him casually. Snapped. A crisp voice sounded. The pile of skeletons in front of him instantly turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. So crispy. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment. Han Hao said next to him. Boss, these bones are all a bluff. Few people can be transformed into skeleton soldiers. Otherwise, we would have broken through long ago. Yes, I just feel that those skeletons are really like dead objects, with no energy left at all. Boss, if you keep going forward, we will see something that affects us. Han Hao's voice sounded. Oh, Chen Xiaobei's expression changed. Lin Xiao looked around. Another side. There is indeed a little light there. But because of the distance, Zhang Chen didn't see it. Keep walking, Chen Xiaobei said calmly. Lin Xiao walked over with more than 20 of his pets. Through a mountain range of bones. At this time, there was a loud noise of boom. A deafening sound sounded. Countless bone fragments were scattered in all directions. Countless bone monsters emerged from the bone hill and threw them under the snow in the forest. A cry came out of his mouth. Fall into a trap. Line up. Lin Xiao secretly screamed, and directly pulled the trigger. The flaming crossbow arrows roared out. After burning one skeleton, he penetrated 3 more skeletons before stopping. Real or fake? Lin Xiao was slightly startled. Feeling. There is no comparison with the skeleton battle pets they encountered for the first time. Detection is on. Rotten skeletons. Grade. Bronze. LV3. Type. Undead. Ability 1. Severely slash at the target and produce weak lethality. Ability 2. Sprinting in a charging posture. The movement speed is slightly increased, but there is a certain probability that the user will become disabled. Characteristics. Weak, waist, semi-disabled. Aha, Lin Yu smiled awkwardly. This is the first time I have seen such cruel descriptions. Lin Xiao said, hee. A group of bronze level 3 battle pets who had been beaten to death. He's not worried at all. But this doesn't give him much experience. But if quality isn't good enough, quantity makes up for it. Count carefully. This time at least hundreds came. It's open. Chen Xiaobei grinned. Kill them as quickly as possible. The order was given. A group of pets rushed out together. Silver level 5 versus bronze level 3. This is simply a one-sided massacre. Every time he swung the bone-teeth spear in his hand, several rotten skeletons would be killed. He has used up all the flaming crossbows. Lin Xiao also took a tooth gun and walked inside. System prompt. The wild creature, rotten skeleton, was killed by you, and you got a little experience point. System prompt. The wild creature, rotten skeleton, was killed by you, and you got a little experience point. Opening square bracket, comma, closing square bracket. Chapter 59 Venom, Dominoes. Update date. July 31, 2022. System. Congratulations on killing the ferocious wild creature, rotten skeleton. You got some experience points. Ha, Lin Lei exhaled a thick breath. Finally, they were all killed. I never thought that one day I would vomit from eating. Picked up the last rotting skeleton. Lin Xiao looked depressed and couldn't help but complain. Although the level of these rotten skeletons is very low and their strength is very weak, judging from their introduction, they are just a group of weak little guys. But this is too much. Probably do the math. He alone killed 3,300 rotting skeletons. 200 chicks, motionless, ready to be slaughtered by you. In the end, they will all be tired. Lin Xiao was a little confused. As for those bones, that was just his illusion. Those mountains of bones turned out to be military camps. This is a huge city with countless skeletons stored in it. 1, 2, 3, in front of us, there are 7 or 8 bones, a lot. However, this is also a good thing for us. Look around. Lin Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief while thinking about it in his heart. If they were allowed to swarm. But to him, there is no threat. However, the base that was finally repaired may not be able to be saved. Sir, what's wrong with you? I'm sorry, the number of these skeletons is too many. Now, Ching Skull hurried to Wu Emu's side and asked with a worried look on his face. Seeing that Lin Xiao was safe and sound, she was completely relieved. Just now, it took the lead. What they have to face is the largest number of rotting skeletons. Now, white bone spurs protruded from the gaps in his body. Trembling slightly, it fell to the ground with a crash. Lin Xiao waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I have reached level 8 now, and a few bones pose no threat to me at all. Let's take a break first and collect all the rotting bones." Yes, everyone responded in unison. He swallowed the 10,000 blood pills and many high-level battle pets. Lin Xiao's combat effectiveness is also getting stronger day by day. But in terms of quality, he didn't. However, at the same level, Lin Huang's strength is obviously not as good as Qingshu's. FFLX. Now, its quality is close to stable. Above bronze quality, but not yet silver quality. Too little, but if I think about it carefully, there seems to be no problem. Because the Beastmasters do not need to take action themselves, their quality is not so important. He was convinced. With his current strength, he can defeat any Beastmaster here with just one hand. Although you don't necessarily have to take action personally, you still need to have the ability to protect yourself. After all, there are still assassination-type pets. It didn't take long. Several Ziyu quickly arranged these rotten bones. Stacked together, they formed a small hill. However, most of the corpses were mutilated. I don't know if it will cause harm to my body. In front of the bone hill, Lin Lei responded. Tip. Congratulations on finding the rotten skeleton X750, do you want to decompose it? Holy crap, what a big deal. Lin Xiao was slightly startled. But, he killed more than 200 of them by himself. This is also human nature. There are at least more than 300. It seems that the little skeleton. You're being lazy. I'll take care of it later, be sure to take care of it. System: congratulations, you got 7,500 feet bone meal. System prompt: you got scorpion poison 750. System: congratulations, you got a piece of soul flame fragment 1 foot. System: congratulations, you got a fragment. It's obviously just a weak war pet, how can it have such a good trophy? Lin Xiao was confused. This is still fresh in his memory. Dropped by skeleton soldiers. How poor this is. Let's take out all these things first. Not to mention bone meal. There will be more skeleton soldiers in the future, these are necessities for war. Other things. Toxic. Explanation: a highly toxic substance that adheres to rotting bones and can directly corrode the bones. Once it is stained, it is difficult to remove. It must be peeled off first. 0. Fire of the Remnant Soul. Introduction. This is a very powerful spiritual power. It is the material of some items. If you collect 100 of them, you can condense a group of spiritual fire. If you put it on a corpse body, it can be transformed into a skeleton battle pet. Dominoes. Introduction. A special item, after smashing it can summon a group of 7,500 rotting skeletons to fight for you, lasting for 30 minutes. What the? Everyone was shocked. Good. Lin Xiao's eyes shone and he couldn't help but praise. The venom is contained in vials. It was a black, rust-like thing floating in it. This is why the rotting skeleton is so weak. It is simply a must-have item for traveling around, killing people and grabbing treasures. This is the material used to make ashes rice. I will make some ashes rice later so that Qing Skull and the others can eat better. But Wei Xiaobei never thought that he could turn a corpse into a skeleton. If that's the case, that's even better. Soar, and this time is the last time. This is a special elf egg. What a terrible number this is. With these two things, my strength has been greatly improved. Perhaps, even if I don't have this fire monkey, I can try to kill the Blue Elk King. Throw these all into the storage bin. After a short rest, Lin Xiao led Ziyu and the others forward again. He realized. Along the way, there were dense skeletons all around, but not a single rotten skeleton came. There was dead silence. It seems that this mountain of bones must be passed. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. The hand holding the bone spear was staring at the hill of bones less than 100 meters in front of him. Be careful, everyone, there may be more rotting skeletons ahead. Quote. Han Hao, stop being lazy and come on. Lin Xiao growled with a black line on his face, are you crazy? Zhang Zan was stunned. He stood at the end of the team, holding a long sword in his hand, his body slightly arched, and looking around with a pair of eyes shining with faint green light. How obscene this is. Ah, Little Leopard was stunned. When the little skull heard what Lin Xiao said, he immediately puffed up his chest and scratched his bare head with his signature move. He felt a murderous aura staring at him. Not daring to say anything, he smiled awkwardly and walked over quickly. Boss, let me clear the way for you. From now on, I will try my best to kill the enemy. Giving her a thumbs up. Before Lin Xiao could give instructions. When the little skeleton saw this, he immediately turned around and flew towards another bone hill. In an instant, just listen to a loud bang. Bones rolling. Countless rotting skeletons poured out from inside, letting out shrill howls. Another rotting skeleton. Hey, no, there are a lot of people here this time, let's get out of here quickly. Lin Xiao couldn't help but change his expression when he saw these rotting bones rushing toward him. Han Shuo was shocked and ran over quickly. With their help, an unbreakable cage was formed. Sir, how about you stand in the middle? This time, I'm afraid it's a bit too much. Qing Sku walked to Lin Xiao and spoke in a low voice. In his eyes, soul fire flickered, staring at the rotting skeleton rushing forward. This is a worry. He has no worries about his own safety. As for how to deal with these rotting bones, he didn't have to think about it at all. However, as a pet, the master's life must be the most important thing. Hey, don't worry, at least I'm at level 8 now and have enough strength to protect myself. Lin Xiao smiled and waved his hand. Facing several rotting skeletons coming towards him, Shifeng glared and roared. He pulled out the spear in his hand and brought up a gust of wind. Crackling, a clear voice came. Several rotten skeletons seemed to have been hit by a huge chariot, with their bones shattered inch by inch. A human head, which had been extinguished long ago, rose into the sky. Even a rotten skeleton that rushed towards him was destroyed by his punch. Too miserable. Concentrate and clear it as quickly as possible. Lin Xiao murmured to himself. See this scene. Qingshu didn't say anything more and walked directly outside. But she stood calmly in front of Lin Xiao, sharing most of the attack for him. This boy, you kid, is much better than Lao Lu. Lin Xiao shook his head and chuckled. He did not stop, but looked at the little skeleton with the corner of his eye. I couldn't help but want to laugh. At this time, he was surrounded by densely packed rotten skeletons. Some people even jumped up and rushed toward it. Now, the little skeleton at this moment has no skills at all. He held a tattered, zero sanchi knife in his left hand, which he picked up from somewhere, and chopped with both hands. Very similar. King Ba Quan. System. Congratulations on killing the ferocious wild pet, rotten skeleton. You got some experience points. System. Congratulations to your pet, little skeleton, for killing a wilderness war pet named, rotten skeleton. You got a point. You will get a point. This wilderness war pet, you will get a point. This is your reward. System announcement. Congratulations to your skeleton pet for completing a wild hunting mission. This battle lasted nearly 30 minutes. After killing the last rotting skeleton, a golden light emanated from the bodies of the 5 skeletal soldiers. Swish. A soft sound. Huh, what happened? Lin Xiao was completely stunned. System announcement. Congratulations, your undead knight level has reached 6, and your undead knight level has been raised to 6, and your undead knight level has been raised to 6. I really learned it. Lin Xiao was ecstatic. For ordinary pets, learning new skills is almost impossible. He immediately clicked on the attributes of a skeleton soldier. Skeleton warrior. Grade. Platinum. Level 6. Characteristic. Water element. Ability. Dead man's body, dead man's power, vortex rush. Ability. Continuous crushing within 1 second, damage the opponent 5 times, each damage will reduce the opponent's defense by 2%, and there is a certain probability of triggering continuous blood loss, which can be used in combination. Characteristics. Devout faith, united brothers, their strength is enough to destroy the steel factory. What happened? Its characteristics have changed. Is it to open out spiritual intelligence? Lin Xiao's eyes fell on her. Unfortunately, the 5 skeleton soldiers still didn't react at all, still looking at Sha Yan blankly. There is also this ability. To be honest, this thing isn't worth much. This little defense is not enough. Unwilling to be reconciled, he looked at the remaining 4 skeleton warriors again. Think about it. When he realized this, he couldn't help but get excited. The characteristics of these 5 skeleton soldiers are that they are brothers and sisters. Can they join forces? If 5 skeletons are put together, 50% of the opponent's defense can be destroyed. It's terrible. Even though he was mentally prepared, Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaimed. Sharp, so strong. He never thought that he would call all 5 people out. As expected, it's best if the whole family is together. Melt all the rotten bones. Take a short break. Keep on your way. System prompt. The wild creature, rotten skeleton, was killed by you, and you got a little experience point. System prompt. The wild creature, rotten skeleton, was killed by you, and you got a little experience point. System prompt. The wild creature, rotten skeleton, was killed by you, and you got a little experience point. Immediately afterwards, after a short rest, Lin Xiao led Ziyu and the others and moved forward with Zia and the others. One after another, the hills of bones collapsed. Not to mention, I don't know how much time passed. As time goes by, the number of rotten skeletons buried in the bone mountain gradually increases. And this process is constantly extending. And the last mountain of bones. When these rotten bones came out of the inside, the whole tomb was shaking. He took a look. The sky is filled with white bones, overwhelming. Lin Xiao and the others haven't had time to take action yet. Many rotting skeletons were trampled to death. This is a very large number. Result. It took nearly an hour for Shifeng and others to kill all these monsters. Only, this mission is more difficult than the last one, but it is the biggest gain. The number of deaths reached 7,050. Harvest 75,000 bone meal. You will get poison X 7,050. Quote, reward. Spirit flame fragments times 21,150. Reward. Card times 7. Each domino can summon a certain number of rotten skeletons from the mountain of bones. In other words, Lin Xiao only needs to break all 7 dominoes. There were 7 to 8,000 rotting skeletons at once. Even a level 10 giant blue deer would be crushed to death in this sea of bones. Too tired, Lin Ping reached the last place, which was the 8 skeletons. Compared with before, but the mountain of bones in front of us is even more magnificent than the mountain of bones. Zhang Zan was stunned. The mountain of bones has no end as far as the eye can see. It seems to tower into the clouds, soaring into the sky. Not to mention, and in front of the mountain of bones, there are 3 formations. Every magic circle exudes black light and exudes the aura of death. This is the only one left, and from the looks of it, there should be many more. Cheer up for me. Finished. So, Lin Xiao led these bones to the 8th bone peak. His eyes looked straight ahead. It's weird if you're not nervous. This is part of the undead scourge. Use numbers to spread terror. Among them, the undead catastrophe and insect tide are the most famous. This is the most despairing place. But he has another trump card. His left hand held the domino tightly. Once you see a large number of rotting skeletons, you will throw them away immediately. Crackling. This time, before Lin Xiao could reach the mountain of bones, his figure had disappeared. A clear voice sounded. Rotten bones slowly crawled out from the mountain of bones, staggered, and fell to the ground. But he did not launch an attack immediately. The opposite of. They lined up neatly and stood quietly. It seems to be waiting for something. What happened? Lin Xiao's heart suddenly felt cold. There must be something wrong. It's better to rush forward obediently. Although it is a bit troublesome, at least nothing will go wrong. Chapter 61 3 Skull Boss. Update date. August 2, 2022. On the field. Time flies. There was dead silence. Dead silence. It's been more than 10 minutes. How is this going? Lin Xiao frowned and murmured to himself. Looking at the group of rotting skeletons, he seemed to have no intention of taking action. He hesitated. He finally made up his mind to give it a try. Everyone, get ready. Lin Xiao spoke up. He took out a flaming crossbow and shot a corpse at the front. Crunch, crunch. The rockets are extremely fast. In the eyes of the withered skeleton, a faint flame danced. It was obvious that he was in a very uneasy mood. But even so, he still didn't dodge. A moment. The 4 rotting skeletons were penetrated directly through the head, burned out, turned into fly ash, and scattered on the ground. What the? Everyone was shocked. Don't dodge or evade. Do you want to get into trouble with me? Lin Xiao couldn't help but curse loudly. This is too weird. And, facing the 3 magic arrays, he did not dare to act rashly. In an instant, he didn't know what to do next. This confrontation lasted for more than 10 minutes. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up and he turned to look at them and said, Little skeleton, Qingshu, how did you 2 leave? Do you know how? Ah, Chen Xiaobei looked slightly startled. The 2 looked at each other, both thoughtful. After a while, hesitated for a moment. Green Skull was the first to speak. Lord, we were indeed born here, but before this, we had no intelligence and could not remember some things. But, if I remember correctly, this magic circle originally had 4, but now it has become 3. Disappeared. Lin Xiao rubbed his chin. Nothing more can be inferred from this information alone. After all, the magic array cannot be maintained forever. There are many reasons for disappearances. Either it's dilapidated or it's old. Head. Chen Xiaobei muttered to himself. Now. The little skeleton, which had been lowering its head and seemed to be thinking about something, suddenly woke up. His eyes fell on the front. On the 3 witch formations. But at this moment, the 2 groups of soul fires in Marin's eyes flickered on and off, showing her inner uneasiness. I seem to have remembered something. Our skeleton soldiers have all passed the test and evolved from rotten skeletons. Boss, do you still remember the skeleton sword master you killed? I remember that this magic circle should be a leader, and the missing one is the bone sword master. Han Hao's tone became more determined. Obviously, some pictures began to appear in his mind. Compared with Green Grasshopper, you know, this is a gold-level battle pet. Moreover, He also received the inheritance of the Bone Sword Master and possessed higher spiritual intelligence. His memory is relatively complete, which is normal. So, could it be that those rotting skeletons are waiting for the three leaders? He probably guessed the current situation. Lin Xiao's face darkened, and she had a bad feeling in her heart. How powerful is this Bone Sword Master? I am very sure of that. Although the silver level 6 beast control is not very important to him. But that time, his team was almost destroyed. Not to mention. Not clear so far. As for the levels of the other three bosses. If there are 3 heads, they are all silver level 10. What's more, there are so many rotting skeletons. If not rejected, then conquered. Without further ado, let's go. The words have not yet finished. I saw that the 3 magic arrays that had been quiet all this time actually emitted a strange red light at this moment. Covering hundreds of meters around. Tens of meters away. After a while, a fishy smell hit his face. Boom boom boom. The 3 formations were rushed by this bloody light. A broken sound sounded. With an earth-shattering roar, 3 grotesque behemoths slowly emerged from the bloody light. Hiss, Zhang He took a breath of cold air. Sure enough, a little boss has arrived, but I don't know how powerful it is. Lin Xiao curled his lips, as if he had been poked. These 3 bosses appeared in front of him unscathed. Among them, he also has his contribution. If his fist wasn't hard enough. But the matter has reached this point, and it is useless to say more. Until the blood light gradually disappeared, Lin Xiao finally saw their true faces. Among the 3 boss, one of them was the tallest, more than 5 meters tall, with hard bones all over its body, and spikes more than 10 centimeters long growing on the bones. In his hand, he held a huge bone sword more than 3 meters high. Creepy. The one on the left is 4 meters tall, with a slender figure, wings on its back, and a long bow in its hand. The third one is the youngest one. He is about 2 meters tall, with a hunched back and a dagger in each hand. It looks just like the skeleton from Lao Lu Hua. And Lin Xiao also noticed. These 3 war pets are all boss level, but the soul flames in their eyes have not changed much. At best, it's just slightly better than a rotting skeleton. There's no way they can compare with little skeleton. It seems that these bosses are not full. Let me take a look. Lin Xiao sneered in his heart. His actions were not slow at all, and he continued to use probing methods. King of Skeletons. Grade. Platinum. Level. 9. Type. Undead. Ability 1. Body of Thorns passive ability, has 20% resistance, and receives 30% minus 40% rebound damage. Ability 2. Gravity Field raise the long sword and swing it suddenly forward, which can cause powerful damage to the target. Ability 3. Bone Spurs burst shoot the bone spurs covering the whole body in all directions, attacking all targets with a radius of 360, and at the same time, oneself will enter a period of weakness and will be reduced to 50% lower base attributes, very powerful. Ability. Dead Body, Dead Power. Characteristics. Angry, greedy, and amazing. Skeleton Shooter. Grade. Platinum. Level 8. Type. Undead. Ability 1. Bone Piercing Arrow. After 3 seconds, a powerful bone arrow can be fired at the target, while reducing the target's movement speed by 50%. Ability 2. Short Distance Gliding, Flapping Wings, fly 15 meters in 10 seconds. Skill 3. Continuous Shooting. Within 1 second, shoot 5 times in a row to kill the opponent. After each shot, the hit rate decreases by 10%. Ability. Dead Body, Dead Power. Characteristics. Fragile body, low survivability. Skeleton Killer. Grade. Platinum. Level 8. Type. Undead. Ability 1. Sprint Quick Sprint, can be used once within 10 seconds. Feat 2. Backstab Back attack the opponent, there is a 50% chance of causing extra damage, increased by 10%, 20%. Ability 3. Continuous Stab. Within 1 second, stab the target 5 times, each time will reduce the attack power by 10%. Ability. Dead Body, Dead Power. Characteristics. Lao Lu is not yet an adult, and his favorite thing is assassination. Chapter 62. A Big Fight, Killing Everyone. Update date. August 2, 2022. Hiss. Chen Xiaobei took a breath of cold air. These 3 wild pets are indeed boss level, they are all silver level, and their abilities and attributes are very strong. Seeing the data of these 3 war pets, Lin Xiao's pupils shrank slightly. Compare each other. Among these people, the most powerful one is undoubtedly the existence named Thornbone King. This is a silver level 9 beast. This is a boss with high health and high attack. If Wei Xiaobei had the ability to move, he might not be much worse than the Blue Elk King. Especially the bone bow made Lin Xiao extremely afraid. It can actually fly. However, his speed is only 15 meters. But all this comes from the sky. That is an indescribable pressure. Although its level is level 7, it is still gold quality level 17, and its ability is enough to crush the Thornbone King. With the hook, I can kill those skeleton shooters. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, obviously thinking of something. Now, behind him, Xiaogu and Frog were also looking at this battle pet intently. In his eyes, the soul fire burned even more intensely. Ling Ran's fighting spirit was obvious. Fear, what a joke. This. How about you leave this big guy to me? The little skull poked Lin Xiao with his finger and said in a low voice. Huh. Lin Xiao looked at him in surprise, then said with a smile, didn't you always think about Lao Lu before? Why are you so active today? Han Hao smiled awkwardly and said, today is different from the past, and we only occasionally attack in different ways. Also, this big guy is very strong, and the weakling bone thief is definitely no match for him. While talking, he didn't forget to mock. Nima, you are no match for me at all, I am not afraid of him. Ching Skull retorted, its strength is weaker than the Thornbone King. However, his strength may be stronger. This is the power of genius. Okay, stop talking. The little skeleton will fight against the Bone King of Thorns, and the green grasshopper will fight against those skeleton shooters. Attack with all your strength, and the battle will be quick. Lin Xiao lowered his voice and scolded. After saying that, he reported some things to Qing Fu without worry. Fellow Taoist Qing Fu, you must get rid of those archers as soon as possible. This is a powerful coercion, do you understand? He tightened his grip on the spear. Ready for battle. Wait for Lin Xiao to finish speaking. The 3 wild pets can't wait. Hunyan looked at Lin Xiao with a hint of greed. It had been a long time since he had seen live food. I eat bone meal every day. Think so. The Thornbone King grabbed a rotten skeleton with one claw, broke it hard, threw the skeleton into his mouth, and started chewing it. Roar. A deafening roar echoed through the sky. Go. Everyone yelled. The 2 of them spoke to each other. Everyone rushed forward. Lin Xiao didn't hesitate. He crushed all 7 dominoes and summoned more than 7,000 rotting skeletons. At a glance, this is the true balance of power. Then, Lin Xiao's eyes finally fell on the skeletal killer. Killer, okay, assassin, I will kill you with one strike. At this time, the skeleton was also staring at Lin Xiao with curiosity on his face. Even without his eyes. But there was a trace of disdain in that voice, as if to say, a little flesh and blood body is worthy of challenging me. Roar. A huge roar sounded. The skeleton killer roared. In an instant, the surrounding skeletons fled in all directions like frightened birds. The man was stunned. Does he want to fight me? Lin Xiao frowned slightly, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on his already serious face. Snapped. 5 8th level silver skeleton warriors who had been waiting for an opportunity suddenly swarmed forward. Aiming at the skeleton assassin, it was a whirlwind thrust. Xiaobing, I am a beast master. How about a duel? Who are you and who am I? While talking, he immediately switched to the state of continuous shooting directed at Chen Xiaobei with 10 shots. Roar. A roar came out. The sudden attack made the skeleton assassin tremble in fear. Those are 5 8th level silver pets. As long as it is hit, it will be shattered to pieces. Don't dare to waste a moment. He immediately used explosion and dodged to avoid the blow. He looked at Lin Xiao, opened his mouth slightly, then closed it again. Although he didn't speak, you could guess what he was talking about. A shameless beastmaster actually came here to steal things. What a rip-off. You actually dodged it. Lin Xiao was startled. He never thought that he could escape under such a siege. He realized, I have to say that this explosion was really fast. Only a white shadow remained in his figure. A.B. After 3 times, he didn't believe that this monster could still escape. Kill, he shouted. Lin Xiao quickly shot all the flaming crossbow arrows. He raised the bone-tooth gun in his hand without hesitation. As he waved, the bone-tooth spear brought up a strong wind, like a sharp dagger, and struck at the skeleton assassin. Ho ho ho! A deafening roar sounded. All this is because he has the ring of precision. Each of the 8 arrows hit the skull killer's head. Originally he was just barely parrying, but now seeing Lin Xiao's power as heavy as a mountain, he couldn't help but let out a roar. He is the overlord of the party. He was forced to be like this. However, this is just a template for a mini-boss. The skeleton killer broke out twice and appeared behind Lin Xiao instantly. My hand sank, and I suddenly activated the continuous stab, and then the back stab. Fell into a trap, someone exclaimed, his face changed drastically. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, put the bone and tooth gun in his hand behind his back, and then kicked hard with his right leg. Taking advantage of the opening of this sword, he had already rushed out. Snapped. The spear immediately broke. However, Lin Xiao was only slightly frightened and not injured. And the other side, explosive charge, has already entered the CD, and it's too late to dodge. A spear was thrust out, and a pet was killed instantly. Notice, the skeleton warrior baby killed the skeleton assassin in the battle. Reward experience points 123,456,789,999. Finally died. It's a pity that your intelligence is not fully awakened yet. Otherwise, you might be able to live a little longer. Stretching, Lin Xiao smiled. A silver level 8 battle pet had no chance of survival in his hands. The only difference is their death speed. Now there is only one skeleton king and one skeleton archer, let them solve it on their own. What? Is this the end? The corpse of the skeleton shooter was put away. Unfortunately, no treasure chests were revealed. Lin Xiao didn't care about this. From a distance, he saw the frogs fighting. And the little skeleton. It's almost over. This is. Wang Yao was stunned. Lin Xiao paused when he saw the fog in front of him. From a distance, it looks like a fog. But after getting closer, he saw it. What kind of fog is this? It's clearly just balls of ashes. It seems to be affected by some kind of force. There are no rules. Dizzy. The air here is already very polluted. If I enter it, I'm afraid it will be polluted into dust. Also, it's so weird. While talking, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel guilty. As for those monsters and ghosts, he comes from the earth, especially from the Dragon Kingdom. Vaguely, he felt a sense of awe. Not to mention, maybe it's my own imagination. He vaguely felt that there seemed to be white shadows flying among the ashes. Creepy. Even in the White Bone Mountains, there was no movement. Has a problem. Something's wrong. Lin Xiao's frown deepened, and she became a little more wary. Thought for a while. I see. That's where we're going. This is where you left, remember? Well, the two looked at each other. Neither man spoke. In Xiao Chen's eyes, the soul fire kept beating, sometimes big and sometimes small, sometimes big and sometimes small. It's obvious that things are not peaceful here, although there is no expression. But he still felt a little awkward. A moment. Sir, I'm sorry, I'm an idiot and don't have any memory. But, I think, Bone Dog. Oh, no. The little skeleton will definitely remember, he is the enemy's senior level. While talking, he even looked at the little skeleton with a wink. Quote, Ching Skull smiled faintly. The little skeleton gnashed his teeth and cursed. Bone thief, are you teasing me? The night is long, you have to be careful, I will definitely catch your weakness. Ching Fu waved his hands, his face full of contempt. That's a skeleton. What is a weakness? Nothing at all. The other side, Lin Xiao looked at Ching Skull with a strange look on his face, with a hint of a smile on his face. He had never imagined there could be such a thing. That green grasshopper actually dared to plot against the little skeleton. With the temperament of Ching Xiao. Of course Lin Xiao understands best. Compared to Han Hao, it is serious, stiff, and executes its orders meticulously. The contrast is so great. But I didn't expect that all this was because of the little skeleton. He is actually a very scheming guy. So that's it. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. Okay, you two, stop arguing. Little skeleton, You don't even know your own strength. This is just using force to defeat force. 693. Lin Xiao waved his hand, signaling the two of them not to continue making trouble. He quickly said, "Have you remembered, or should I say, what is there in this gray mist?" He ignored Qingxiao. The little skull thought for a while and said, "I know a little, but that's just the memory of my predecessor, the Bone Sword Master. As far as I know, this gray fog is not dangerous, but it can interfere with the sanity of any living thing and make it easy to get lost." "And what is the other side?" "There is no record in my memory." The little skeleton touched his bare head, and the soul fire in his eyes was about to dissipate. "Obviously, this is a very painful memory. It confuses people's minds and makes them lose their minds." Lin Xiao looked serious and said in a deep voice. "The word, insanity, sounds simple. To put it bluntly, it is to stimulate the desire deep in the heart. Once you are confused by power, you will fall into the illusion of power. If you love money, you are a rich person. To put it lightly, but now, it is difficult for him to escape. Who doesn't want to indulge in such a world of lust? Then, should I go in and find out?" At this time, seeing Lin Xiao's displeasure, Chu didn't bother to talk nonsense to him. Take a step forward quickly. As a skeleton, what's more, he is still a fanatic believer. In the deepest part of his heart, his desire should be close to zero. No need. Yi Futian shook his head. Lin Xiao looked at the ashes in front of him and shook his head. "We can't let you risk this alone. You two, follow me, the others stay here." Lin Bai didn't wait for Ziyu and the others to say anything after he finished speaking. Lin Xiao didn't hesitate and stepped in directly. A moment, a thick gray mist gathered from all directions and surrounded him. Lin Xiao's whole body froze, and an unprecedented coldness rose from the bottom of his heart, making people shudder. A moment, the world is spinning. A series of chaotic music came from all directions. Distance. More than a dozen graceful girls walked gracefully with their slender waists swaying. All white clothes make people see clearly. Only the feet carry different things. Black, white, fishing net. Everything is there. Hee, little one, do you want to play together? This little brother, do you want a purebred one? Enjoy happiness with me. I heard people say that your medical skills are very good. Quote. Tang Ning looked at her speechlessly. One after another, white palms fell on Lin Xiao. Eyes as charming as silk, extremely charming. Only the corners of Lin Xiao's lips twitched slightly at this moment, and the veins on his forehead almost popped out. After all, this move is truly amazing. She never thought that she would be an LSS. But, is this the basic concept of people-oriented? Among those people, it was his class teacher. Plus Qi Wei, plus Guan Kongxian. Whatever. This is nothing. But what happened? Why is His Highness Chao Beluo here? Okay, then I won't play with you. He shouted. Broken. Lin Xiao looked disappointed and bit his tongue hard. The intense pain brought him back to his senses. His eyes shot open. What caught his eye were two huge skulls, looking at him worriedly. What the hell? Boss, you're actually awake. This is impossible. Hiss. Zhang He took a breath of cold air. When little skeleton saw Lin Xiao waking up, he immediately called out. But he immediately realized that what he said was a bit ambiguous, so he quickly covered his mouth and chuckled. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes and said displeased "Ly. Step aside. Without further ado, let's go." Without any hesitation, Lin Xiao held his breath and followed behind him under his leadership. About a minute or so, the ash gradually became thinner. Vaguely, I saw a faint bronze light flashing in front of my eyes. Almost there, a voice came from far away. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he took a step forward. His body shot out like a cannonball. Finally, he walked out of the gray fog. In an instant, his vision broadened. There are no bones. Relative to the outside world. Like a fairyland. But the moment he raised his head, his pupils suddenly shrank. It's like watching a real thing. Then, what is that? Chapter 66 Bronze-colored trees and huge skeletons. Update date. August 24, 2022. A huge copper tree, a door made of bones. It's so evil, so scary. I seem to have entered an incredible world. Lin Xiao continued to raise his head and spoke slowly. Although he was ready, his heart was filled with shock. Zhang Zan nodded. It's less than 100 meters away from this area. There is a towering tree hundreds of meters high. Thick branches were flying in the air, as if they were about to rise into the sky. But take a closer look. This is no ordinary big tree. That's a bronze building. Behind the huge old tree, it was a huge skull gate. Thick white bones crisscrossed each other like dragons. Under the unknown light, exuding a heart-stopping white light. But that's not the creepiest part. It was a tall skeleton, nailed to the middle of the stone door by Anjali. It's more than 10 meters long. In the two empty eyes, a group of deep blue light was beating. It opened its mouth and seemed to be roaring silently. How terrifying this is. Han Hao, ha, little leopard was stunned. Lin Xiao called several times but didn't get any response. He couldn't help but look back. At this time, little skeleton and Qing Fu seemed to be crazy. The whole person was stunned. The two balls of soul fire in his eyes actually resonated with the soul fire in his eyes. All swaying in the same rhythm. This should be what gave rise to these bones. But now it seems that the giant skeleton beast can control all the pet beasts of the little skeleton. Lin Xiao looked at the situation of the two people and his expression changed. What if the skeleton king orders little skeleton and green grasshopper to kill him? Isn't this death in vain? After all, if your pet rebels and kills its owner, then forget it. This kind of thing has happened before. Have to be careful. Without further ado, if I don't take action, do you think I'm free? Time flies. I can tell. The eyes of the two people are changing. Soon it will change from icy white to deep blue. In other words, they will be controlled soon. See this scene. Without any hesitation, Lin Miao took out the bone-toothed gun in his hand. Along with a deep roar, the blood around his body surged crazily, finally converging on his right hand. Go, he said calmly. He raised his right hand. The bone war spear flew out from his hand and stabbed the huge head instantly. There was a loud noise of bang. A deafening sound sounded. Lin Xiao's attack surprised everyone. Nuo Da's bone gate shook violently, with a swishing sound, and a large number of bones fell from the gate. Obviously, Lin Xiao's current strength has reached such an extent. Such a great tonic. This is no joke. Your sister. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. One moment he looked happy, and the next moment he started cursing. Wait until the dust settles. Although the huge door of bones has been cracked with several holes, the huge man with bones is still unharmed. And, in his eyes, the blue fire was burning. It seems to be mocking Lin Xiao's arrogance. You're not really going to lose this time, are you? Ha, this is. Seeing this huge skeleton, Lin Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. This sword, this is already his strongest strength. Only, Lin Xiaogang wanted to evacuate immediately. Looking around, his eyes fell on the huge head, where there were 4 irregularly shaped depressions. Take a closer look. It's like a key. Yeah, Zhang Zan responded. Key. This time, he was really frightened. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized. He took out 3 bone key fragments from his storage space. Without any hesitation, he rushed over and grabbed the key. It's exactly the same as in the legend. It is indeed a high-end place, but it lacks a key. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiaoshan asked, could his luck really be so bad? If there is only one, then there are 3 for 1. If this isn't self-abuse, what is it? ... This key definitely belongs to the Bone Sword Master. But he didn't get this key. But this time, the skeleton became the Bone Sword Master. Think so. Lin Xiao shuddered and turned to look at the little skeleton behind him. His eyes were full of sadness. Han Hao, I know you don't want your best friend to be controlled. Now, it's time for you to show off your skills. I will remember you. Quote. While talking, he closed his eyes and prepared to stab with his spear. But what happens next has not happened yet. At this time, someone said, Boss, what are you doing? My eyes were closed tightly, as if I was constipated. What? Holy shit. Hear the words. Lin Xiao was startled and stopped quickly. Eyes wide open, he stared at the skeleton in disbelief. This is clearly the little skeleton that Lin Ping controlled earlier. But he was unscathed, confused. He looked slightly startled. Why did you wake up? I clearly saw that you were immobilized. Lin Xiao expressed the questions in his heart. I see. Han Hao grinned and extended a thumbs up. I am being controlled. But this skull is only silver level. But I have advanced to the gold level. Not only did I get rid of his control, but I also devoured him. What? Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment and immediately turned his head to look over. As expected, on the skull door, the huge white bones had become dim at this time, as if their souls had been taken away. The blue flames in those deep eyes had dimmed at this time. You can say that, if she hadn't been struggling, she would have died. Why wait until this time? Ahem, Chu Feng coughed. Little Skull, you did a great job. By the way, I want to ask you a question. Those 4 bosses were all obtained from the Bone Sword Master. Can you help me get one? Lin Xiao coughed twice, not noticing anything unusual just now. The topic changed and moved to other things. The little skeleton looked at it for a few times, but couldn't figure out why. He put his hands behind his back and touched his ribs. When Lin Ping took out the storage ring, in his hand, there was a bone key. Boss, is this what you said? It has existed since I became the Bone Sword Master, but I forgot to tell you. Lin Ping glanced at the little skeleton. Lin Xiao was relieved. Of course he wouldn't kill his pet just for a mere secret realm. Before, there is nothing we can do about this. Now, this time, he not only killed the skeleton, but also preserved the secret realm. Everyone is happy. Very good, then let me see it. By the way, you said that if you have a pleasant journey, you are not trying to drive me away, are you? Tang Ning looked at her speechlessly. Chapter 67. Update date, August 5, 2022. Of course not. Lin Ping's heart moved. Lin's eyes were wide open, with a look of surprise on his face. Look, spit out 2 words. You are the strongest general under my command and the top chief. Besides, you are the first person to join me, and you are also the greatest help to us. I can give up on anyone, but I will never give up on you. Han Hao, I'm so sad. While talking, Lin Xiao beat her chest with both hands, a look of pain on her face. Hey, grinning. Great, I just saw you stab me with a spear, it seems I made a mistake. Hearing Lin Ping's words, Han Hao showed an awkward smile on his face. The corners of Lin Xiao's lips twitched slightly. The two said no more. After all, what he did was really immoral. This means killing them all. It would be troublesome if that little skeleton knew about it. Although there won't be any big problems, there is a certain chance that some loyalty will be reduced. Let's go on. I'm afraid I'll be embarrassed and lose my fortune. Yes. Please help me keep an eye on the blue skull so that nothing unexpected happens to it. Wait until he leaves. Lin Xiao finally put the last bone key into the box. When the last gap is filled, in an instant, the sound of rumbling was loud. The bone gate, which already had several cracks, shook violently at this moment. A large cloud of ash drifted away. Just for a moment. Main entrance. Soon, a hill of ash more than 1 meter high appeared on the sun. Densely packed. This is the difference in strength. After counting the interest, the huge bone gate could not withstand the pressure, several deep cracks appeared, and finally collapsed. At this time, the huge skeleton that was thought to be a corpse suddenly came to life. The blue flames in his eyes became brighter. But this was only his last glimmer of hope. Another scream. It can only be crushed and turned into a pile of broken bones. Tip. You kill a skeleton gate guard, and you get a small amount of experience. He looked slightly startled. Is this a wild pet? Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, and then felt ridiculous. Is this a surprise? Hint. A body has been found. Yes, okay, then it's settled. Lin Xiao said. While talking, he looked intently. The bone gate collapsed, revealing what was inside. It was pitch black nothingness. Still twisting. He kept shouting, woo woo woo. And around him. And around it, there was a milky white light. Black and white, mixed together. It makes the whole space become more three-dimensional. System. Congratulations, I will reward you with 100 pieces of bone meal. System. Congratulations, you got a dark blue corrosive fire. Remarks. A. Psychic shock, card. Congratulations, you got a drawing of the skeleton gate. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Awakening Lin Xiao from his trance, he slowly came back to his senses. What happened? Is this the legendary secret realm? It looks good, but I seem to be charmed. Lin Xiao quickly understood the seriousness of this matter and his expression moved slightly. The skeleton giant's soul manipulation ability is very terrifying. But who would have thought that a more evil one would appear? It's this secret place. You can actually control yourself. If he succeeds, the consequences will be disastrous. I never thought there would be a day like this. God is really helping me. Lin Xiao said, hee. Once again, he stared at the secret realm in front of him with a wary gaze. There are lessons learned from the past. He didn't dare to go in rashly. Think for a moment. In the end, he chose to use the probing method. This time, with something real, maybe it can be done. His eyes lit up. The world of skeletons. Grade: Platinum. Field pets: Bone Spur Skeleton, Bone Spur Shooter, Bone Spur Killer. Materials: Bone Meal, Soul Flame, Wood Sunflower. Introduction. Due to the accumulation of too many skeletons, over time, it has become a small independent world of its own. In this small world, there are many wild skeleton pets living, and dangers are everywhere. Note: the lowest combat power of a wild pet is a silver level 10 pet. Please be careful when investigating. What the? Everyone was shocked. It's at least silver level 10. How can a silver level secret realm be so terrifying? If it were gold or diamond. Lin Xiao was terrified and her throat was tight. Silver level is just the two lowest levels. He thought that among these treasures, the most would be silver level. But who would have thought? This means that silver is everywhere, and bronze is not even as good as a dog. This is a wrong judgment. Boss, what did you find? Would you like to take a gamble? Adertisement. Now, Han Hao and Qingxiao walked side by side. With the death of the white bone giant, the huge green grasshopper also quickly recovered. When seeing Lin Xiao, he immediately knelt down and saluted. Thank you, Master. For your life-saving grace. As soon as these words came out, he was still very embarrassed. In order to protect his pets, he is a beast master. Isn't this too unscientific? It's okay, no problem. Lin Xiao waved her hand and signaled her to leave. His eyes fell on Han Hao and said, are you here for the adventure? Okay, nodded. However, I must tell you that the strength of the secret realm you enter this time must reach at least silver level 10. Gah, hear the words. The little skeleton's body trembled and he quickly retreated. All right, ahem, I'm not afraid. But I have to think about it, my good brother, this thing is really bad. MMP, Qingfu said, its cultivation has reached the 8th level of gold. It is not difficult to deal with a silver level 10 wild pet. But, at least you need to reach silver level 10, which is a bit difficult. It's better not to go and get medical trouble. Thorn skeleton, skeleton archer, skeleton assassin, if this were placed in the outside world, it would be a mini-boss. It seems that if you want to intervene, you still have to wait. Lin Xiao shook his head regretfully, I don't know either. But he was in no hurry. After all, this thing is in his underground. You can come anytime if you want. Boss, do we want to go in? Seeing that Lin Xiao didn't move for a long time, the little skull said cautiously. Nonsense, he replied angrily. I don't want to die, Jar. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes and said impatiently. Do you think he is here to die? He noticed that the skeleton did not drop any treasure chest. Lin Xiao left. Take all your pets with you and return to the surface. With a flash of white light, everyone's eyes fell on him. One after another figures came from all directions. After they leave, Lin Xiao then put the big bed back to its original position and laid it flat on it. He checked the time. It's almost 6 o'clock. The sky gradually became brighter. But the sky is still gloomy. That's right, he suddenly remembered something. 4:33 didn't we gain a lot before? Show me. He felt that he was not sleepy at all. Lin Xiao had no choice but to open his storage space and take out everything inside. Chapter 68. Devouring the dark blue bone-eating flames, his strength skyrocketed again. Update date: August 5, 2022. There's no need to see the ashes. Next up is Blue Bone Erosion, Flame, Psychic Shock, Manufacturing Blueprint. He crumpled the drawing into a ball. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiao immediately used an investigative method to find out. Blue Flame. Introduction. This is a mysterious magical fire. Once hit, it is difficult to extinguish. It will also quickly burn bones, causing huge damage to them, and will cause people to feel extreme pain. It can be eaten. Mental shock. Explanation. A detachable soul attack card is a very rare soul attack. After use, it can launch a soul attack on all enemies within 50 meters, causing them to fall into a coma for 3 to 5 seconds. However, if the opponent's soul strength is too high, the soul attack will be counterattacked. Silver Skull Door Blueprint. 5,000 ashes, 500 iron bars, 500 copper bars, 100 silver bars, 1 gold crystal, and 1 earth crystal. Explanation. This is a 15-meter high, 10-meter wide bone gate. It has extremely strong resistance to attack. It has the Skeleton Giant skill and can control wild war pets. You can only control one at most, and you cannot control more than yourself. The number of battle pets is unlimited. Hiss, Zhang-He took a breath of cold air. Are you sure that these 3 items were all obtained from the Skeleton Giant? So strong. Seeing the descriptions of these 3 things, Lin Xiao muttered secretly. The first dark blue bone-eating inflammation seemed to be one kind of poison, Only. This kind of poison can only be used once. Every time you use it, 1 point will be reduced. And it's also very restrictive. In this case, the lethality will be greatly reduced. This is also the reason why the effect of the curse is effective for breeding. But, the blue bone corroding fire is considered to be strengthened. This is not as simple as a simple skill. You can even ignore the physical body and directly enter the opponent's body. Let it feel the pain of being burned by fire. Want to eliminate it completely? Non-existent. Unless you are as brave as Guangdong, you can cut off all the bones. As for the mental impact, that is even more exaggerated. This is a range-based skill. Unfortunately, if your mental power is too low, you may get backlash. You will only reap the consequences. Of course they know the power of this door. Under Lin Xiao's attack, there were only a few cracks. In comparison, with his current strength, he can completely resist a silver level 20 monster. Not to mention, moreover, he has a huge skull in his hand. Did not expect. Above the main entrance. What if there is another boss? Until then, if this is the case, they will notice that the number of wild beasts attacking the gate is not increasing, but actually decreasing. Good. This gate is not in use for the time being. I need a blueprint for building the city wall, and the other 2. Lin Xiao lowered his head, a glint flashed in his eyes. After a while, he raised his head suddenly, gritted his teeth, threw the blue bone-eating fire into his mouth, and swallowed it back. Fight. From a bicycle to a bicycle. Of course he knew how difficult it was to swallow this ball of fire, and how difficult it was. However, the power of this blue bone corroding fire is extraordinary. That is an indescribable temptation. Not to mention, it is not an easy thing to become a strong person, nor is it an easy task. Don't take any more chances. What danger will there be next time? The outcome is unknown. At least, he must seize the chance to live. Ah, Tang Wulin looked confused. Lin Xiao's deep voice came out of his throat, and his eyebrows knitted together tightly. At this time, it was not too hot. There is also a hint of coolness. But he could still see it. Lin Xiao's forehead was covered with sweat, the blood vessels on his temples bulged one by one, and the muscles on his face couldn't stop trembling. It was like he was in great pain. The man exclaimed. It hurts so much, it just hurts my balls. Lin Xiao couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed on the bed. He held his lower abdomen tightly with both hands, trying to stop the pain from spreading. After the deep blue bone-eating flames entered his body. At this time, Lin Xiao was like being put into a melting pot. There were flames from all directions, burning his skin and body. The key is, this pain comes from his body. Obviously, sometimes, the skin is torn apart but you can't catch it, which is the greatest suffering. Just a little bit, just a little bit. I must become stronger and survive. Lin Xiao screamed as if he was going crazy. Outside the stone house. Several times, Little Skeleton and Green Grasshopper tried to break in. But he still held back. Such a situation, no one can help, you have to rely on yourself. This guy really doesn't know how to live or die. Just this sound makes me feel pain. God is a great being, and he will definitely succeed. This time, the two did not confront each other tit for tat. A full hour passed. Lin Xiao slowly woke up. He rolled on the ground. Angelette smiled slightly. BHFH. After he absorbed all the deep blue bone corroding fire, allowing it to unleash its own fire attacks at will. Moreover, he was given a new life. His physical body seemed to have become stronger, especially defensively. If you can look inside, you can see it. A ball of dark blue flame burned brightly on Lin Xiao's bones. There was even a layer of blue light on his body. Resist while burning. Over time, his body will also undergo transformation over time. I guessed it right. Compared to before, my strength has increased by at least 30%. Boom. Lin Xiao flicked her finger. A moment. A ball of blue flame burned blazingly on his fingers. Ha! Lin Lei exhaled a thick breath. Extinguished the flame. Lin Xiao also added a mental shock card to himself. This skill card is universal. Push the door open. Lin Xiao's figure came into view. Little Skeleton and Qingxiao ran over quickly and were relieved to see Lin Ping'an safe and sound. Boss is so awesome. You just shouted so loudly, I thought you were going to die. Han Hao gave Lin Ping a thumbs up. Although I care a little, I don't really care. It simply deserves a beating. Qing Skull opened his mouth, and when he saw Lin Xiao's teasing look, he wisely stopped talking and stayed aside, letting the little skull do whatever he wanted. Boss, are you planning to secretly become stronger and make a big splash? Have you learned any powerful abilities? The little skeleton didn't seem to notice yet and continued talking. Would you like to try it? Okay, it just so happens that I want to try it too. Lin Xiao slapped her hands fiercely, her face full of joy. With a flick of a finger, a ball of blue corrosive fire as thick as an arm burned blazingly in his palm. Ah, wait, I don't have that much time. You. Kr. The little skeleton quickly backed away. In this flame, he felt a dangerous atmosphere. Lin Xiao waited 100 meters away and waved his palm. This ball of blue bone corroding flame seems to have its own consciousness. He rushed over directly. Chapter 69 Skeleton Killing Card Reagent. Update date: August 6, 2022. Whoosh. Jian Wushwang also stabbed out with his sword. At this time, the sky had turned a hint of fish belly white, and the whole world seemed to be shrouded in haze. Night falls. The blue bone corroding flames quietly climbed onto its body, like a ghost in the forest. During this time, there was only a slight sound. If it weren't for his moves, even Lin Xiao himself would have a hard time detecting it. And the other side, he looked confused and looked around. Boss, isn't this not good? Is my kidney failing? My kidney is failing. At this moment, the little skeleton doesn't know how serious the situation is. As he spoke, he put his hands on his hips and looked provocative. Is that so? Real or fake? Lin Xiao raised his right hand with a devilish smile on his face. Boom. He snapped his fingers again. A moment. The flames soared into the clouds. It was no bigger than a fist at first, but soon grew larger. Just for a moment, the flesh and blood of the little skeleton was swallowed up instantly. Judging from the appearance, you can vaguely see a figure jumping around there. And, even in this area, within a few hundred meters, it was reflected brightly. Hiss. Zhang He took a breath of cold air. This flame is so powerful, so scary. If I get tricked, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long. When Qing Skull saw this, fireman, he trembled all over and couldn't even speak clearly. The soul fire in the pupils also shrank to the size of a needle tip at this moment. A sense of fear emanated from his body. After all, it's just a silver-level beast. Compared with the little skeleton, his combat power is stronger. Qingshu, on the other hand, has a deeper understanding of this group of faint blue bone gnawing flames. This is a giant beast of over 100 levels. Madness, killing, death. A terrifying aura came from all directions. At this time, open your mouth and bite it. But I can't fight back. Gulu. A crisp sound sounded. Lord, what is that? Why do I feel that it is a fatal danger to us skeletons? He hesitated. Qing Skull walked over with a hint of awe in his expression. Ever since I saw the young master's skills, this filled him with awe. This is a very strange thing. The degree of loyalty has reached a max level. The special feature is fanatic believer. How dazzling this is. What's this? Haha. He smiled. Lin Xiao waved his hand, and a ball of blue flame flew out and landed in his hand. This is a kind of blue bone corroding inflammation, which I got from a giant skeleton. This power is not only terrifying, but more importantly, it is specifically targeted at bones. This kind of flame is difficult to extinguish. I heard Lin Xiao say this. Qing Xiao shivered and said with lingering fear, "It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, I don't care about you." Or, while talking, the whole person was trembling. As undead, they feel no pain. But now, the blue bone corroding flame has destroyed this. Once exposed, this is a kind of pain that goes deep into the soul. Qing Xiao has never seen such flames. However, he has seen this huge skeleton before. This is a creature that can be controlled and its soul can be wiped out. The things dropped by such monsters are definitely not ordinary things. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more. Chapter 51. Skeleton, Assassin. Qing Xiu put a label on Lin Xiao in his heart and moved back quietly. Do not know why. He had a creepy feeling. But then I thought about it. Bite the bullet and stand side by side with Lei. He is an emotional person, and he cannot abandon his good brother or his good friend Little Skull. Big, that osteoarthritis is so powerful, little skeleton, there won't be any problem. It looks so pitiful, Qing Xiao murmured to himself. While talking, he also followed his example and sighed. It's okay, I know what's going on. This corrosive flame can't do anything to the little skeleton. Lin Xiao waved his hand. He really thought that the relationship between them was already harmonious. After all, this battle lasted just one night. The fighting between them was nearly 50% less than before. But now it seems, he thinks things too simply. A moment, Han Hao stood up suddenly, the fire of his soul burning in his eyes. He said flatly, "Sir, how can you be so merciful? You are torturing our souls. Han Hao and I are both your pet beasts, so of course we have to solve problems for you. Please, if the little skeleton is burned to ashes, I will take his place and let him shine forever." As soon as this statement came out, an angry voice sounded from behind. Qing Xiao, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I can't hear you? Do you want me to die? You are an unreasonable guy and a traitor. I will kill you now. While talking, a green figure with flames burning all over its body, with teeth and 5 claws, rushed over from a distance. He opened his arms, wanting to convey his love to her. But not before he got close. Qing Xiao pulled out his spear and blocked the blow. Bone thief, don't you want to show off? Bone dog. Are you crazy? I said, when you die, I will rekindle the flame. Don't dare, coward. Hey, aren't I worried that you will hurt master? You idiot. Yes, you two are noisy, so I will roast you both. Lin Xiao watched the two bickering from the side and couldn't help but shake his head. These two things. This guy is really unlucky. Wait a moment, is he gay? Think so. Lin Xiao secretly made up his mind to pay more attention in the future. He is a great god. What kind of mess is this? No. Han Hao, how was the situation just now? Angelet waved his hand and the fire suddenly disappeared. Lin Xiao asked with some expectancy. He really wanted to see how much damage this dark blue flame could cause. This is the information of a golden level 8 powerhouse. How accurate this is. Linley responded. To be honest, this blow was so powerful that I, a skeleton, actually felt like I was being torn apart. But it doesn't seem to be that powerful. The little skeleton touched his head, looking embarrassed. Because hitting from the front is not a good thing. Nonsense, I only used 1/3 of the dark blue bone corroding fire. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes and said impatiently. If only 70%. This is what the little skull looks like. I'm afraid it has been reduced to ashes. However, he was not at ease because there was no hint of health value. Think for a moment. In the end, Lin Xiao chose to use her strength to prove herself. Only practice can prove everything. Everyone, get ready. Come with me to catch monkeys today. If you have enough time, you might even be able to find the green elk. Poof, there was a soft sound. Why should I pay tribute to him? Will he agree? Qi Wei whispered, a little uneasy. From ancient times to the present, I don't know how many people were driven bankrupt. She doesn't want her flowers to bloom at this time. Lin Xiao tortured her over and over again, squeezing her juice over and over again. It will affect people outside. Only, what has been said can no longer be undone. Not on Blue Star. Moreover, his private message cannot be cancelled. Qi Wei could only stare at the light screen anxiously and pray silently in her heart. This way? ? Seeing Qi Wei's reply, Lin felt bad. The advantage is that it's free. Now, the alliance hasn't been officially established yet, but they want to get some benefits from me. Regarding this, Lin Xiao only said, you can dream. But for him, this is the real lethality. It seems that he is trying to compromise. In fact, there is a hint of ridicule, a hint of murderous intent, and a hint of ridicule in this sentence. This is a language that uses retreat to advance. But judging from the contacts during this period, Qi Wei is not that kind of person, nor is she that kind of person. Is there something else in mind? This kid is really beating around the bush. I want to know what happened. Think so. Lin Xiao suddenly shook his head and laughed dumbly. Stop talking nonsense, there are no benefits, and I won't force you. Tell me, what is your purpose? She saw Lin Xiao's reply. A hanging heart was finally relieved. Qi Wei felt relieved and said, boss, you are so smart. You can see through my mind at a glance. Ahem, this, Wu Sixian, she has been looking for you. She asked me to come here just to have some contact with you. ! Lin Xiao's brows wrinkled. It doesn't seem like he made a deal with the other party. Not to mention, there didn't seem to be much grudge between the two. If you want to find me, can't you find me? Lin Xiao said. Didn't she go with us? If necessary, you can inform me at any time. Qi Wei said quickly. I'm not the boss. Wu Sixian also contacted you, but she said that she had sent more than 100 messages, but you just didn't reply. I just think she makes you very unhappy, do you understand? Holy shit, he forgot. Lin Xiao slapped her forehead. He felt as if he had forgotten something. Now, he really wanted to say it. But, so embarrassing. I haven't checked it recently, I forgot about it. You call her over quickly. Lin Xiao quickly spoke. He quickly added Wu Sixian's name. After all, they are also accomplices. If one day, she is caught by some powerful wild pets, she can notify him in time. In this case, he can escape as soon as possible. Hey. Really, he looked happy. Qi Wei looked happy. He quickly clicked on Wu Sixian's photo, and then said, Sixian, I have found a big shot for you. He doesn't hate you at all, he just doesn't like you. In the forest, Wu Sixian looked frowning, but when he heard Qi Wei say this, there was finally a smile on his face. More than 100 messages. Just like that, 1 day and 1 night passed. Do you know that I spent a day and a night here? After all, it is impossible for them to fully recover from their injuries. Wu Sixian never went deep, but relied on his own strength to find some treasures in the wild. Certainly, very rewarding. Can I go see him? No problem, but you have to hurry up, he is very busy. Yes. Hear this. Panicked. Finally he chose a red button. And above it is a mobile phone pattern. Do, came a voice from the other end of the phone. Do, came a voice from the other end of the phone. The other side. A screen suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xiao and Qi Wei's eyes. On the screen was Wu Sixian's beautiful face. And below, there is another sentence. Wu Sixian sent you a video request. Lin Xiao is speechless. Qi Wei was speechless. I'm talking about text messages, not phone calls, but also video calls. Qi Wei's teeth were almost broken. What is this concept? This is like starting a date without even meeting each other. He was the first one to come here. What is your attitude? Now, think about it. Is he about to be kicked out of this position of first tool man? Qi Wei, on the other hand, had mixed feelings in her heart. Lin Xiao looked baffled. Just look at Wu Sixian's photos. He thought she was an iceberg beauty. He never thought it would be like this. Hey, Wu Sixian is going to start a video. But when did this appear? He didn't think much about it. Lin Xiao decided and agreed. Qi Wei is no exception. Beep. On the screen, the images of Lin Xiao, Qi Wei, and Wu Enxian were displayed. However, before Lin Xiao could speak, just then, an anxious voice sounded. Ouch. Oh, why should I start a video? It's too bad now. It won't be good if he gets involved. Wait, Angelette suddenly stopped her. Wu Sixian froze when he saw these two people. There was a faint flush on the shiny and fair skin, and his eyes were like a frightened deer. Gorgeous, paired with her slightly messy white clothes. Ahem, it gives people the feeling of a real dragon being born. A brief moment of silence. Wu Sixian opened his mouth slightly and said with some anxiety, "Hello, boss." She wanted to call her boss. But he still felt something was wrong. She is not Qi Wei, she has known about Lin Xiao's existence for a long time. So, he simply called the leader. "Hello," Lin Qingsang greeted. Lin Xiao nodded. As soon as this statement came out, Qi Wei's voice sounded, "Okay, Sixian, I thought you were here to discuss business with a big shot, but it turns out you had ulterior motives. Tell me, do you want my body?" While talking, she turned around and looked at Lin Xiao, her beautiful eyes looked from top to bottom, and nodded. "The boss is mighty and domineering. I thought you were an old immortal, but you turned out to be, he he he." Qi Wei chuckled. Lin Xiao thinks she is not good looking. But it's not bad either. He has sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, a high nose bridge, thick lips, fair skin, and sharp-cut facial features. A cold light occasionally flashed in a pair of clear eyes. Let everyone be shocked. She is very tall, about 1.85 meters tall, and is very toned. Perhaps, the clothes on his body are already very torn. But the momentum developed these days is enough to suppress all these. Gulu, Linli let out a low roar. What the hell is this? Qi Wei cursed secretly and looked away. 0. She is not someone who judges books by their appearance. Today, he broke his own rules. Gulu. Lin Xiao looked at him with a look of helplessness, and then looked at Wu Sixian. Sure enough, if Wu Sixian hadn't had that slightly flushed face, she would have looked like an iceberg beauty. What a pity. Lin Qianxi was so angry that she was shaking all over. Chapter 73 Beauty is a disaster, beauty is a disaster. Update date. August 8, 2022. Isn't your name Wu Sixian? First, welcome to your arrival. Second, do you have anything important to do that needs to be communicated through video conference? Looking at Wu Sixian, who looked shy. Even Lin Xiao, who was unfeeling, couldn't help but taunt her. Cool temperament and shy expression. Such a stark contrast. So cute. Annalot was stunned. When Wu Sixian heard this, his red lips slightly opened and he answered in a daze. A pair of big eyes were full of confusion. Instead of fading away, her face became even more rosy. There was even a touch of pink on her neck, almost oozing blood. This way, Qi Wei looked at Wu Sixian's appearance and couldn't help curling her lips, but she was not happy at all. 2 days passed. She and Wu Sixian can be said to be close friends. The impression given to people is that of indifference, open-mindedness and indifference to the world. This is true whether it is in Blue Star or in the Beast Control continent. He has few friends. But I can see you today. Why is there such a big difference? As expected, beauty is a disaster, beauty is a disaster. This is absolutely correct. Ignore me, ignore me. Humph, he snorted coldly. Qi Wei wanted to cry in her heart. He threw a piece of meat into his mouth and took a hard bite. At this time, see it from her perspective. Wu Sixian and Lin Xiao looked flirtatious. He turned out to be an outsider. No, I'm the first. Even if I'll be the first one. Think so. Qi Wei made a quick decision and prepared to strike first. He coughed lightly and said impatiently, Sixian, the heat has passed, and the boss is talking to you. Tell me quickly, do you have a crush on the boss? Do you have a crush on the boss? A sly smile appeared on Qi Wei's lips. Annalot was stunned. Wu Sixian was stunned for a few seconds, then her delicate body trembled, and she raised her hand in panic and waved it forward. Wu, a white mist steamed up from its head. No, Qi Wei, don't talk nonsense, I opened the video on a whim, and I didn't mean to. Wu Sixian spoke weakly. His eyes fell on Lin Xiao. Seeing that he looked normal, I felt relieved. A moment. Wu Sixian calmed down and said again, Leader, don't think too much. The reason why I called you is because you didn't reply to me. I also want to exchange some medicine from you. Overthinking. I think you are overthinking it. There is no doubt about this. I have to say that these two beauties, Qi Wei and Wu Sixian, are really beautiful. If we have to compare, she can be said to have outdone those so-called celebrities. If it were on Blue Star, Lin Xiao really wouldn't mind being an LSS. But here, it is in the world of Beast Masters. What he has to do now is to fully improve his strength. As for love or something, there is absolutely no need for this. At least not yet. Staring at Qi Wei fiercely, Lin Xiao nodded. I was too busy last night and forgot about you. Don't worry, I have a lot in hand. While talking, he looked at Wu Sixian's expression and felt something in his heart. It seems, he didn't look injured, not to mention. This is not an advanced potion. If your injury cannot be healed 3 times, then the effects of these 3 times will be meaningless. Wu Sixian seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and said quickly. Not me, but my 2 pets. I originally planned to hunt a wild pet yesterday, but I made a mistake in my judgment, which resulted in this result. If the injury is not treated as soon as possible, there may be some side effects. Wu Sixian said dejectedly. Think of this every time. She felt she had done something wrong. After all, for a beast master, command is the most important thing. However, he did not do well. I see. How about you send me a photo and I'll check it carefully. Maybe I can find something. Lin Xiao thought for a while and made a suggestion. Recovery potion, I still have 10 bottles here. If you are willing to exchange, I can give you a very low price, how about it? Qi Wei took the opportunity to echo, yes, Sixian, you can send me the picture of that wild pet. May 13th, let me tell you, our alliance leader is very knowledgeable. Hear the words. Wu Sixian was overjoyed. Really? I have a photo here, I want to send it. These are some medicinal materials I have collected. Please help me look for them and see if there is anything I can exchange. As soon as this statement came out, beep, a photo was sent. Lin Xiao was the first to check the properties of these things. Bronze level metal resistance potion formula. 5 water, 5 silver crystals, 1 metallic crystal, 10 golden soil, 10 soft trees, 10 silver pet blood. Introduction. An extremely effective magic potion. After drinking it, you can have a certain resistance to metallic battle pets and weaken the attack power of metallic battle pets by 20%. 1. Bronze Trousers Blueprint. A level 5 wild pet fur, 10 silk threads, 3 colors factory. Instructions. A clean pair of trousers can keep you warm and avoid wear and tear. Green fruit. Introduction. An edible fruit that can increase the affinity for wood energy and is very attractive to wood war pets. If eaten regularly, the abilities of war pets will become stronger. Ironwood. Explanation. A rare type of wood, as hard as fine steel, is a material used to make some things. Because it is too difficult to collect, it requires a bronze quality axe to cut it. 2 drawings. 2 things. Lin Xiao took one look and immediately held his breath. Although Aoki fruits are not valuable, everything else is very valuable. The bronze trousers couldn't have come at a better time. His hands were so worn that they hurt. If he was given more time, he might be several centimeters shorter. This is a very important thing. Not to mention ironwood, which is a material used to make silver ironwood fences. Plus an iron wooden stake. Not only can it be used to grow crops, it can also be used to replace bronze-level thorn hedges. Improve defense capabilities. But the most important thing is, Lin Xiao decided to do it again. These are 6 materials. However, these are unheard of things like gold and cork roots. Based on this alone, you can imagine how powerful it is. Another lucky one. But, is this goddess of luck only interested in women? Why are only beautiful women blessed? Lin Xiao looked puzzled and said silently in his heart. Ugly. So, I have to leave. Chapter 74 Resistance Potion. Update date. August 8, 2022. This way. Seeing Lin Xiao's expression become solemn, Wu Sixian's heart tightened. After a while. Boss, what's going on? Well, isn't it enough? I don't need too many recovery potions, 8.6 bottles are enough. That's right. Nodded. Wu Sixian nodded silently in agreement. 1 day passed. Although his injuries are still serious, they are almost healed. 3 pills at a time is enough. It's about time. Hey, Li Tianming sighed. Qi Wei looked at it and shook her head, not knowing what to say. She realized, compared with him, Wu Sixian is simply a little girl who has never seen the world. 2 recipes, 2 rare materials, this is definitely a huge sum of money. At this moment, Lin Shui's face became extremely ugly. It's like getting a lucky critical hit. He is still very clear about this. Anyway, Wu Sixian's luck is also very good. But his strength is not as good as mine. Just when Qi Wei was talking to herself, seeing Wu Sixian's panic, Lin Xiao smiled and said, I'm just thinking about other things. Don't worry, I can use this to exchange for 10 pieces of healing ointment. I just want to ask, how much ironwood is there and can it be collected on a large scale? Ironbark tree. There was a hint of confusion in Wu Sixian's beautiful eyes. Of all the items, this is the most valuable. After all, it is black and hard. There is no sense of beauty at all, and no design drawings to serve as raw materials. The key is, this stuff is hard to dig out. Even though he is only 20 years old, he already has the Qilin arm. Can't even touch it, but since it's what the boss wants, it couldn't be better. Boss, I can only get 10 copies at most. I do have a forest of iron trees, but it's difficult to dig out. They are all dug out of the ground. Wu Sixian quickly replied with a message. I know how to collect iron trees, let's talk first. Lin Ping said. The words fell. The two exchanged their belongings. Remarks. Treatment Potion 10. System. Congratulations, you have obtained a bronze-level metal resistance formula, a bronze-level trousers blueprint, 10 aoki fruits, and 10 ironwood fruits. Wait for me, Chu Feng said lightly. After learning these 2 drawings, Lin Sha shifted her gaze to the last photo. Above. This is a wild snake pet. Its body is very large, more than 10 meters long, and its body is covered with blue and black spots. It is different from the previous black scale snake. This is a wild snake, with no scales on its body, but a smooth snake skin. That's all. Only in this way will his body reveal the bulging muscles. Even though this is a still photo. But this is also reasonable. What a terrifying explosive power this is. It's literally a tank. I just don't know what level it is. A flash of light flashed across Lin Xiao's eyes. Detection is on. Tank Python. Grade. Bronze. Level. 8. Characteristics. Beasts. Ability 1. Running wildly in a short period of time, it greatly increases its movement speed, and runs all the way, crushing everything in front of it. Ability 2. Endless restraint. Restrain the opponent and kill the opponent through muscle squeezing, causing a certain degree of damage to the opponent, and there is a high probability of paralysis. Effect. Ability 3. Chariot momentum. When the chariot python is traveling at high speed, its defense is increased by 30%, and there is a 5% chance of rebounding all attacks. Characteristics. 1 rib, 1 rib. It's actually an 8th level bronze battle pet in the wilderness. The properties of this thing are quite good, but there is only one kind, which makes it look a bit ordinary. Lin Xiao looked at the huge tank snake with some surprise. Then, he didn't know what to say. Now, the 8th level bronze beastmaster was no match for him. What's more, with the help of the little skull and green bones, it's even more difficult. Even he has the confidence to fight. Although this is not an easy task. However, Lin Xiao is still sure of winning. But let's be honest. In the eyes of others, Tank Python is the current boss level boss. Wu Sixian, this guy is really capable of seeking death. Boss, do you have any information? Wu Sixian was unsure and asked hopefully. She also saw the guide posted by Lin Xiao. I can actually get so much information on wild pets. Really awesome. However, these are relatively low level. And this python, at least it's level 6 or 7. That's natural. Soldier, I leave this to you. Lin Xiao's lips curved into a faint smile. While talking, sent his data to the live broadcast group. Warrior, Angelet was slightly startled. What the hell? He looked confused. Wu Sixian was confused. However, the moment she clicked on the photo, her head felt as if she had been hit hard by a hammer. His eyes were wide open and full of surprise. 8th level bronze level. Gulu, I originally thought that the limit of this level was the 7th level of bronze. It seems that I still think too highly of myself. Wu Sixian shook his head, with a frightened smile on his face. Don't underestimate the first order difference. This is a huge gap. Same quality. I'm a level above you. In other words, he can knock the opponent to the ground. Taller than him. 2 levels. It's pretty good if you can hold on for 10 seconds. Oh, Sixian, I can't tell you, you are also a lunatic. You can withstand a violent battle pet of bronze level 8. It seems that your battle pet is of a very high level. At least, there is another one, which is silver grade. Qi Wei was thoughtful. Zhang Chen wasn't really jealous. After all, from now on, both of them will be with this big boss. Everyone is in the same group. The stronger a person is, the more competitive he is. Sister Qi Wei, please don't say that. My 2 pets are pretty good, one is gold and the other is silver, but their levels are really too low. As he spoke, Wu Sixian's voice became lower and lower. She found that the boss's face turned dark. He said it. It sounds like something out of the movie Versailles. Hey, this is also a gold level pet. Boss, is this weapon of yours better? The words have not yet finished. I heard Lin Xiao say in an understatement, bronze level. No way, you don't believe it. He smiled faintly. Wu Sixian and Qi Wei both shook their heads. What a joke. Aren't you number 1? It's unreliable to say that it's a bronze level pet. If you really use bronze level, wouldn't others become useless? Okay, let's break up the meeting. If you need anything, call me. The words fell. Lin Xiao made a quick decision and hung up the video. Before leaving, there is also a picture. This is his pet. Gold-eating bug. Hee. Chapter 75. The first boss's pet is actually a bronze quality one. Update date. August 9, 2022. The petite body looks particularly cute. It has a pair of flexible tentacles, and its whole body is covered with a layer of golden scales. If it weren't for the 2 sharp spikes growing in its mouth. Perhaps, it feels like a pet. Although he was deliberately fierce, it was not true. The first impression of this ant is that it is cute. After all, when Lin Xiao saw it for the first time, I really think of myself as a mascot. But when he checked its properties, he discovered it. A mascot. Fortunately, his blood purification can be activated. Otherwise, maybe his body has been buried somewhere. This is 4.2, that master's pet beast. No, he must be lying. Seeing the information about this gold-eating insect, Qi Wei had a look of disbelief on her face and shook her head repeatedly. This is a 6th level bronze level gold-eating insect. This is an ordinary property. If put among a group of ordinary beast masters, they would be simply crushed. At present, level 6 is already the limit. But in terms of combat effectiveness, Qi Wei felt that it was not as tall as her own god of war tree. Are you kidding me? A character who dominates the level list with a bronze level pet. Does he think Qi Wei is so easy to fool? Well, it won't be just this one, right? Even I have 2 pets. Wu Sixian recovered from the initial shock and spoke quickly. Qi Wei nodded and put on a pair of black glasses. In the lens, it was a wise look. That's for sure. Let me tell you, this boss was able to kill even 8-level bronze wild pets a few days ago, so his pets are at least of gold quality. But why did the boss capture a bronze level pet? Is it to deceive people? Wu Sixian immediately discovered the problem. When she and Lin Xiao were together, they didn't have much interaction. But Wu Sixian saw it clearly. Lin Xiao has a faint, arrogant confidence in him. He doesn't care what others think of him. Of course, they will not waste time and energy to catch a bronze level 6 just to deceive others. In other words, so, this gold-eating ant is the boss's first baby. Qi Wei said slowly. Wu Sixian nodded slightly. 19 or 10. Hiss. Zhang He took a breath of cold air. A bronze-level junior pet can suppress us so much. It seems that we are really rubbish. Qi Wei's breath was stagnant, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. At this moment, he was really convinced. If other beast masters were to know such a result, it is estimated that the wave of reporting is coming again. This way, after ending the video conference, without saying anything, Lin Xiao made 10 copper wood cutting axes and gave them to Wu Sixian. Immediately afterwards, I also sent a few photos. Storm bear meat, bone teeth, golden crocodile skin, bronze interpretation potion, bronze big bed. Everything is there. Be an outstanding young person of the new era. Of course, he is not free. All supplies, not a single one will be missing. Lin Xiao, this is a copper wood cutting axe. If it is used to chop iron trees, I am very anxious now, so I leave it to you. Don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory price. In the forest, on Wu Xixian's side, he had just applied the recovery potion on the two little guys. Lin Bai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ziyu and the others regaining their vitality. Beep, the system voice sounded. Wu Xixian did not hesitate and opened it immediately. Take a look at the message from Lin Sha. I couldn't help but pick my delicate nose and replied, Boss, don't worry, with this axe, mining will definitely be faster. Besides, you helped me and you don't need me to give you resources. Lin Xiao said, Are you serious? You don't want to know what's inside? Ah, Lin Yiqian was speechless. A big bed. Ouch, even clothes are provided. Wait for Lin Xiao to show them the photos of the information. Wu Xixian couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, his eyes shining with hope. Although she is wearing a long white dress, it gives people a noble feeling. In fact, this is the only clothing she has on her body. Inside, it turned out to be nothingness. If someone wants to tease him, there will definitely be a different view. But when he thought of what he had said before, Wu Xixian's face fell. Is he crazy? Since the old man said it, just take it. My skirt, my big bed, you really don't want to. Wu Xixian gritted her teeth and said, her heart ached. Lin Xiao, hey, okay, I know you are in pain at this time, but don't worry, we will give you everything you exchanged for. What? Thank you, boss. All done. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening. At this time, the darkness was swept away, and the air became warm under the sunlight. Han Hao, how did things go? Lin Xiao asked loudly. Lin Xiao. The little skeleton who was eating with gusto heard Lin Ping's words and immediately stood up and said, Boss, we are ready and can leave at any time. After breakfast, Lin Xiao left, and under his leadership, there were 5 6th-level skeletons, as well as small skeletons and green grasshoppers. Traveling through the mist, he didn't stay here long. He immediately walked towards the depths of the jungle. Along the way, Lin Bai also discovered some 6th-level bronze pets. Before they could do anything, with one stab from the 5 bones, the 4th-level mutant beast was immediately killed. These 5 people are the 5 people who have mastered serial armor breaking. Compared to other skeleton warriors, Shifeng is much faster. This is a great opportunity to evolve. Lin Xiao simply focused all his attention on them. Perhaps, it can be said that this is the strongest one among the 3. This is a group of people. Not long after, less than 30 minutes, Lin Xiao walked to the place where he had just fought with the storm bear. Although there are many wild pets passing through this area, but you can vaguely see traces of the fight. Where is that monkey? Lin Xiaohuan looked around and muttered. He has never been here. It is not easy to find one. Only, this time, he came to fight the Blue Elk King. To be on the safe side, he had to catch a powerful fire attribute pet. Boss, are we going to catch that monkey? Rear. Yeah, as soon as Lin Xiao finished asking, the little skeleton next to him immediately answered. Lin Xiao nodded slightly and said, the Blue Elk King you saw last time is a wild war pet, silver level 10. Its greatest weakness is its fire, which is why it becomes our victory. The corner of Han Hao's mouth twitched, with a look of contempt on his face. Just based on that monkey, I know he is not a good person. Besides, where are we going to find it? While talking, then he sat down on the ground. Chapter 76 Looking for the Fire Demonic Ape, the Explosive Bear. Update date, August 9, 2022. How to search. Of course you have to search carefully. That guy must be in the woods. I have a silver level lightning trap here. Once discovered by me, you will never be able to escape. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes, raised his leg and kicked hard. While talking, there was a hint of evil smile on the corner of his mouth. This scene gives people a creepy feeling. The little skeleton rolled several times on the ground. Tall and straight body. Follow the description of the silver level lightning capture trap. Once stepped on by it, you will definitely be paralyzed for 5 seconds. Even if it is gold quality, it is not a high-end product. Even if it is weakened a little, it takes at least 3 seconds. Now, this blow is enough to kill this fire monkey 10 times. Do not forget, Lin Xiao has her share in her hands. However, there is a golden elf orb here. Sir, this place is very big. If we have to search every place, I'm afraid it will take a long time. Then, I think, we can split our forces into 2 groups. At this time, the green skull looked at the little skull with a somewhat proud look in his eyes. Seeing this scene, the little skeleton's mouth twitched. Everyone knows this truth. Even people from the next village can do this. 13. I don't believe the boss will listen to your nonsense. What else did he want to say? They could only watch as Lin Shui nodded. Yeah, is this okay? The little skeleton and the green grasshopper are in a group. I am taking 5 skeleton warriors. Please pay attention to your safety and don't alert the enemy. What? How can it be that easy? This scene makes it completely incomprehensible. Such a situation. Doesn't it mean that as long as you cover your eyes, you can hear the background music and then carry out an earth-shattering conspiracy? What a low-level thing this is. Certainly. But it dare not say so. The group of pets quickly divided into 3 teams. Without any hesitation, the 2 of them immediately walked deep into the dense forest. It's like looking for a needle. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, stood where he was, looking around with his eyes. He was lost in thought. At that time, the fire monkey had just finished fighting. He was even killed by the furious giant bear. And it was very late. Theoretically, its destination is probably its hometown. Only, monkeys are always smart. Lin Li was really afraid that this guy left just to let himself see him. Well, it's a vast sea anyway, it would be nice to have a direction. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiao and his 5 brothers also moved together. There are big trees with lush branches and leaves. When you walk into this forest, you will find that even the sun cannot shine directly here. There are only a few rays of light. Not to mention, at this time, Lin Xiao's base camp is located. More to. Aconitum. Hey, how come there is Zhu Guo? Along the way, Lin Xiao was collecting medicinal materials. If it was before, with these things, he no longer needs to worry. This is too exaggerated. There are even 3 red fruits. But it's like an ordinary fruit. It's of no use at all. The 5 skeleton warriors are also ready. If it's in the wild, kill it. Not long after Lin Xiao pushed away the bushes in front of him, he immediately stretched out a hand and made a stop gesture to the skeletal soldiers. His eyes fell in front of him, with a look of joy on his face. And more than 50 meters away, under a big tree, a box emitting a faint silver light was lying there quietly. Things are changing. I never thought I could find a silver-level treasure chest in the wild. Lin Xiao's tongue flicked across his mouth, his face burning. This is the silver-white treasure chest he found in the Black Snake Cave. This made him very sorry. Now, just consider it a small compensation. Including this one, I already have 3 silver-level boxes in my hand, which will probably squeeze Qi Wei completely. It's time to give her a flaming bow. Lin Xiao chuckled, stood up, and was about to get the box. But not before he took a step. Behind the tree where the chest is hidden, a ferocious beast came out of it. Lin Xiao's eyes fell on her. This is a pet bear. Only, it is not big, only a little over 2 meters tall, about the same as those skeleton warriors. He stepped on the ground and immediately made a big hole in the ground. Look, something, but not much. Detection, he whispered. A flash of light flashed across Lin Xiao's eyes. Exploding bear, grade, bronze, level 8, attribute, power of the earth. Ability 1. Rock armor gathers the power of the earth on the body surface to enhance the body's defense. Ability 2. Power of earth and stone absorb the power of the earth, form a huge rock in your hand, and attack the target with good lethality. Skill 3. The violent bear pounces, jumps forward, knocks the opponent to the ground, making it unable to move, and launches continuous attacks at the same time, causing continuous damage to the opponent. Characteristics: honest and heartless. Storm bear, so many people. Will there still be flaming bears and flaming bears in the future? Seeing the attributes of a grumpy bear, Lin Dian's expression was a little strange. Only one more item was added. Its overall strength is even higher than that of the storm bear. But without the bear power, it is far less difficult than the storm bear. On par, absolutely not to be missed. The 5 of you join forces and attack from the front, while I attack from the side. Lin Xiao didn't blush at all when he said this. So what? Even the sect leader of Hunyuan Taiji sect was ambushed. What happened? This is called winning. Crack. There was a crisp sound. As commanded, the spears in the hands of the 5 people were raised high, and the attack of water vortex burst out instantly. Not waiting for it to come to its senses. 5 rippling spears pierced his abdomen from all directions. Phew! A bloody light shot into the sky. Without the armor, the Dobro bear suddenly had 5 holes in its abdomen. Well done. 060. Lin Xiao raised his hand. The next moment, he had appeared behind the violent bear. Like the previous little skeleton, he knelt on one knee and held a spear in both hands. Then, he jumped, snapped. The expected killing scene did not appear. The other side, the spear in Lin Xiao's hand was broken into 2 pieces, and his whole body was pressed to the ground by the huge force. If he hadn't been able to hide quickly, he must have been trampled to death by a violent bear. I'll wipe it. What's going on? Weaknesses are useless. Lin Xiao raised his head suddenly and took a closer look. There were several hazes between his brows. This is a violent earth giant bear similar to the Blackwater Phosphorus King. He also protected his vital points with armor. Regarding this, Lin Xiao wanted to say, "Holy crap, what kind of world is this? People and pets, should we have more confidence? Besides, what if he is S-class?" Roar. A huge roar sounded. He felt something abnormal behind him. The violent bear roared. "These guys must be here for their treasures. Kill them." Roar. A deafening roar echoed through the sky. Another roar. The violent bear was completely enraged, and there was an unprecedented killing intent in his eyes. Gao Peng stepped on his foot, and the earth and stone armor technique was activated instantly. Countless sand-flying stones rose up from the ground, and finally formed a thick layer of armor on the body of the earth storm bear. It seems, although it looks rough and ugly, its defensive power is quite good. Crack. There was a crisp sound. In the face of this sudden change, the 5 skeletal warriors showed no fear and rushed towards Zhao again. Keep attacking. However, even if his spear drew a series of afterimages in the air, it could not hit the explosive bear. Apart from wiping off a little dust, it doesn't do much good. It doesn't hurt at all. Even the defense cannot be broken through. And the other side, ignore the attacks of those skeleton soldiers at all. He raised his hands high in the air and unleashed attacks from earth, rock, and stone. In an instant, the power of the earth was extracted from all directions, and then concentrated on his hand. A huge rock slowly emerged from the ground. Roar. A huge roar sounded. Not good. Lin Xiao's expression changed and he immediately ordered. This earth-violent bear does not possess the power of a bear, but it possesses extremely terrifying attack power. But now it seems, it was obvious that he had fallen into a rage. The increase in combat power may not be as good as the increase in skills, but it is still 20% more than before. Why are the bear family so difficult to deal with? Now that I have the rock armor, my weakness no longer exists. I have to find another way. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and rolled his eyes around, trying to find a loophole in the storm bear. At this time, Lin Xiao said this. Earth and rock projections were easily dodged by the 5 skeleton warriors. Only, the speed of throwing earth and rocks is extremely slow, but its condensation speed is astonishing. He just dodged one. A moment, 3 huge stones smashed towards them with a woo-woo sound. Crackling. Crack. There was a crisp sound. This time, they didn't run away immediately. Instead, they exchanged looks with each other and nodded at the same time. When he looked up, the soul fire in their eye sockets burned fiercely, as if it was going to burn their skulls, and then spurt out. If you look carefully, a cold white light shone in the eye sockets of the 5 skeletons. Just like little skeleton, too, only, but because it is covered by a layer of faint blue light, it is difficult to detect. What is this for? Seeing the actions of these skeleton warriors, Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment. He even had a little expectation. As soon as this statement came out, crack, there was a crisp sound. The 5 skeletal warriors all roared and rushed towards Li Yi. The spear swung sharply. The huge stone was instantly smashed into pieces and shattered into pieces. Not waiting for it to make any move, the skeleton warriors immediately surrounded him. Next moment, continuous armor breaking as on. 5 bone-tooth spears, carrying dozens of white lights, hit the violent bear again and again. The sound of bang 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 is endless. There was a loud bang. 1 breath, 2 breaths. It was only 3 seconds before and after. 5 skeletons at a time. In other words, the geoblast bear remained motionless and was hit by a total of 25 shots. There are gravels everywhere on the ground. Wait for the dust to settle. Lin Xiao took a closer look and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his eyes. The violent bear, which was still menacing at first, was lying on the ground at this time. The rock armor all over his body had been completely shattered, and there were dense small wounds on it. Blood was pouring out, and it was as if someone had punched him more than 10 times, and his whole body was covered in bruises. How miserable this is. What happened? So fierce. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xiao muttered secretly. Notice, your skeleton pet used serial armor break on you, and your soil storm bear defense was reduced by 50%. Little leopard was stunned. It's time. Lin Xiao roared loudly, shook his right hand, and threw out the bone-tooth spear in his hand. Hit it right between the eyes. Phew, a splash of blood splattered. System, congratulations on killing the ferocious beast, Earth Explosion Bear. You have gained some experience points. That's it. There's no unexpected news. I'm really not used to it. Lin Xiao shook his head to calm down his mood. He quickly stepped forward and pulled out the bone-tooth gun. Throwing a spear, unlike a bow and arrow, is more difficult. If it weren't for the fact that he had a silver ring of precision, it is almost impossible to get the first level. Put this box away first. Then let's divide this body. Maybe we can even find a treasure chest. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiao threw the silver box directly into his warehouse without saying a word. His eyes looked at the corpse. Reminder: air-burst bear carcasses have been detected, should they be decomposed. Sure, yes, Lin Xiao said. System prompt: 60 exploding bear meat. System: congratulations on getting 30 drops of violent bear blood. System: congratulations, you have obtained a fur of storm bear. System: congratulations, you got a violent bear bone. System: congratulations, you got 2 explosive bear claws. System: congratulations, you got a dry toy fragment. The harvest this time is not small. Well, Lin Xiao's eyes fell on the body at the first moment. Seeing that he didn't get the light group he wanted, he had no choice but to sigh. He shifted his gaze to the decomposed pieces of flesh. Although it's not as good as the storm bear, the effect is almost the same. And, when Chen Feng said this, he suddenly paused. Lin Xiao murmured to himself, his eyes flashing. Oil-fried bear meat. Excellent quality and excellent taste. Regular consumption can enhance physical fitness and enhance affinity with the earth. Exploding bear blood. Bitter in taste, regular consumption can greatly enhance physical fitness and enhance affinity to the earth. I see. If it is a battle pet of other types, the dropped items will also be of the same type, such as this black-scaled snake beast. It's just that the chance is very small. The flesh and blood of blackwater phosphorus fish does not have such an effect. Lin Xiao waved his fist, looking proud. These flesh and blood have various functions. This is definitely a ferocious beast that transcends the ordinary beast type, and is even a better choice. Certainly. Moreover, it also costs more money. Throw these all into the storage bin. Lin Xiao looked at the 5 silent skeleton warriors and praised them. It seems that you may actually get a chance to evolve. The spiritual wisdom is turned on. Lin Xiao was startled. At this time, one fight down, the 5 skeletons and the soul fire in their eye sockets also changed from the original light blue to a forest white color. Obviously, this is a sign of spiritual awakening. 5 skeletal warriors, you look at me and I look at you, both shaking their heads slightly. What's wrong with you? Lin Xiao frowned and said in confusion. No, even if you have just opened your spiritual intelligence, you shouldn't be like this. At that time, Qingfu could talk. Is there something wrong with his brain? Think so. Lin Xiao's expression couldn't help but change, and he murmured secretly in his heart. Awakening your wisdom is a good thing. Not only can he conduct analysis on the battlefield himself and make the most accurate judgment, and, in fact, their strength may even increase several times. Like a green grasshopper, if it were before, he would have faced a weak opponent. So, this time, he's just a loser. Ridiculous. But if your own intelligence is turned on, your intelligence will be damaged and you will become an idiot. Honestly, Lin Sha was still a little reluctant to give up. At present, he still has relatively few pets in his hands. All pets have certain feelings. At least for now. Lin Shao's attitude towards them was still a touch of sadness. Oh, that's all, just be stupid. Don't worry, no matter how stupid I am, I will never leave you alone. Quack. The other side. Seeing Lin Shao muttering there, the 5 skeletal warriors all looked confused. The word, idiot, immediately stunned everyone. He finally understood. He leaned back. Even though I can't speak. However, it has opened up spiritual intelligence. His voice was clear. One can imagine, if they had entities, then one word would definitely appear on their faces. Speechless. Crack. There was a crisp sound. There was a soft sound of click. Among the 5 skeleton soldiers, the leader took a step forward and spoke. Until Lin Shao looked back. Then, he made a gesture towards his eyes. The man was stunned. Lin Shao narrowed his eyes. Understandable. That is to say, they are really smart. This look. Only then did he react. There was a slight change in the bodies of the 5 skeletons, but their changes were not complete. And in that cold white flame, a faint blue shadow. Just like nails. In the endless flames, it was quickly burned out. Master, I can finally speak. Meet the master. Lord, we are not stupid. Yes, but I haven't completely woken up yet. Maybe it was because of Lin Xing just now. The 5 skeletons were all excited and said excitedly. Their voices rang out. Lin Shao's lips twitched slightly, looking slightly embarrassed. Does he think he is crazy? But he soon forgot about it. Very good, very good. Last night, I thought you would wake up, but now, you have already woken up. But is it because you still retain the memories of your life that you can open your spiritual intelligence so easily? First is Green Grasshopper, and this time, he met a skeleton. In just a few days, there were 6 skeletons who had activated their spiritual wisdom. And the little skeleton, to be precise, it was the inheritance from the Bone Sword Master that gave him his own wisdom. Otherwise, maybe it has been buried in a sewer somewhere. The 5 skeleton warriors looked at each other and then shook their heads. I don't know. Anyway, I can't remember what I looked like before I died. I remember, I am the boss. Bullshit. Yi Wanwan snorted coldly. Turn a blind eye to their struggle. Lin Shao immediately pulled out their data. Skeleton Warrior. Grade. Platinum. Level. 6. Characteristic. Water element. Ability. Continuous armor breaking. Vortex puncture. Power of death. Immortality. Ability 1. Death together. Connecting the vitality of 5 skeletons together will share 50% of the damage to other skeletons. Ability 2. Burning power of death. When attacked, a power of death will be generated, which will cause up to 5% damage to the target. Characteristics. The 5 tigers of the Bone Clan share the same hatred and are crazy followers. They bully the few with more, and bully the less with more. I'll wipe it. It exploded. This time, he has gained 2 new abilities, which is a higher starting point than the Green Grasshopper. Lin Shao stared at the data of the 5 tigers of the Jiyu family with wide eyes, a look of shock on his face. The one at the beginning, tell him to get lost. Never before had he been so shocked. Jiyu wouldn't have done this if it weren't for her diligence in thinking. Otif. Going to lose. But here's what he had to say. The 2 abilities the 5 skeleton tigers learned this time are both very powerful. This is one of his trump cards. This is simply a simplified version of being connected with fate. B. Lin Shao also gave up the idea of bringing them in. In this way, you can save 5 positions, and you may be able to find a few more higher level ones in the future. Okay, the more blood, the better. How's it going? Are the rankings out? Lin Shao said with a smile, his eyes falling on the 5 tigers of the Bone Clan. Master, we are separated. The 5 skeleton warriors heard Zhao Fu's words and immediately said. Take another look. This is arranged according to height. Even though these skeleton soldiers all seem to have the same virtue. However, this may be the reason to open up your spiritual wisdom. These 5 people actually look exactly the same. Lin Xiao also looked dumbfounded. This kind of ranking is really too arbitrary. But it's just a small thing. Let's keep going. Today's matter is still to capture the fire monkey. Lin Xiao took a few glances and then continued to lead them forward. But just when he took the first step, chi chi chi, a shrill scream came. Then, there were bursts of noise in the distant woods. Countless birds were frightened and flew away in all directions, and did not fall for a long time. It is clear, there's a fight down there. This is. Chu Feng looked at this scene and couldn't believe it. What's the name of this fire monkey? Lin's hands froze, and a flash of light flashed across his eyes. His eyes were staring straight over there. That's right, it's obviously a scream, but it makes people feel very annoying. It seems that my mercy has brought me some trouble. Haha, this time, you can't fly. Lin Xiao's lips curved with a hint of evil. There was no hesitation. As a result, his speed increased again. The 5 tigers of the Bone clan followed closely behind, ready to fight. No matter how shameless the fire monkey is. And he was chosen. You must not die like this. At least, never be killed by other wild pets. This way. On the other side, Little Skeleton and Green Grasshopper were also besieged by ferocious beasts. But soon, he was dealt with cleanly. When they heard the screams, they moved very quickly, and Nuo Zhao's flew directly in that direction. This trash voice must be that monkey, praying for you. He must be over there. We must rush there as soon as possible to avoid any danger. The other side, deep mountains and old forests. There are dense trees and weeds everywhere, and colorful flowers everywhere. There are also many low-level butterflies and insects shuttled inside. What a beautiful picture this is. This is not over yet. There are densely packed fruits of all kinds growing all around. And there are also some precious fruits, such as apples and bananas. You can say that this single wheel scene is the best place to start. At least, there are monsters and fruits here. They don't need to worry about food at all. But the next moment, dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door, a knock on the door. Dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door, a knock on the door. Rumbling footsteps sounded in front of his eyes. Groups of flames more than 3 meters high flew from all directions and exploded in midair. This moment, raging fire. Then, a fiery red figure flew out of the fire and shuttled through the woods. Result, still stopped on the tree. Jurjurji, a crisp cry sounded. Ha ha ha, it was a fire monkey. However, its situation is not good, which can even be used to describe it. Lying on the tree trunk, breathing heavily. The hair on his body had been burned cleanly, and among the large tracts of black there were faint wisps of green smoke rising from his body. The nose moved. Vaguely, he seemed to smell a faint aroma of meat. Including monkey's butt. His face also became more rosy. No one can tell. I don't know if it was cooked by the campfire or beaten too much with sticks. Jurjurji, a crisp cry sounded. At this time, the fire monkey man stood up, glared angrily, and let out a roar. And underneath this big tree, 3 huge, colorful giant bear-level battle pets were staring at Lin Ping. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent, wanting to tear this guy into pieces. Roar! A deafening roar echoed through the sky. A huge fiery red bear beast looked up to the sky and roared. The fire monkey was frightened and hurriedly grabbed the branches. But before he could come to his senses, then, he bared his teeth, put his hands on his hips, and screamed, squeak, at the 3 giant bears, as if he was roaring. He looked confident. You can say that, even if you die, you must be buried in peace. Her whole body is soft, but her mouth is very hard. But you can't blame him. These 3 violent giant bears are all the brothers of the violent giant bears. When he learned that one of his men had been killed just yesterday, that's why he pursues her relentlessly and relentlessly. According to them, within this range, there are only 2 opponents. One is a giant crocodile, one is a giant crocodile, and one is a giant ape. But that female crocodile was really cruel. When the time comes, if you fail to show off, you might even be killed. B. Just in case, Yang and others invariably focused on the fire monkey. Since he is someone who is easy to bully, let's take advantage of the opportunity to bully him. Regarding this, he wanted to shout loudly, I am really the scapegoat, you have to believe me. Another 5 minutes passed. Roar. A huge roar sounded. At last, the 3 violent bears couldn't wait to leave. The Bloodstorm bear was the first to move. He raised his hands and a huge fireball flew towards the monkey. There are also 2 violent bears. One is dark blue and the other is green. Be prepared to block the fire monkey who wants to escape. Zhizhi, Lin Lei shouted to Lin Lei. The fire spirit monkey was not idle either, looking at the dark energy. This is a wood-type violent bear. And this is the key to his breakthrough. Fire spirit monkey also knows this very well. Fei saw the opportunity and used the fireball technique. The huge fireball smashed towards the blue-black violent bear, and the blazing high temperature threatened to burn the ground. There is no choice. The dark green violent bear had no choice but to throw the log in his hand into the air to block the attack. Take advantage of this opportunity. The fire monkey jumped up and cast fire flames soaring to the sky in the air, then landed firmly on the ground and stood on a big tree more than 10 meters away. Only 437 because there is a green violent bear here, which can suppress him. The moment it soared into the sky, the water ball hit him hard like a cannonball. If his fire rush hadn't been interrupted, he would have fallen to the ground and been beaten to death by the group. But even so, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Zhizhi. A crisp cry sounded. Ahem. He coughed. Feeling the pain and weakness in his body, the fire spirit monkey sat down on the tree trunk, his eyes distracted. Tears fell from his eyes. He swore an oath. As long as I don't die, I will be a good monkey. Absolutely not. Hoo-hoo. This way. Lin Xiao met the little skeleton and the green grasshopper on the way. 7 powerful pets. He crept up and hid in a bush. I happened upon this scene. Wow, 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 how pitiful. I'm afraid I'm going to suffer a lot from this blow. Fortunately, I didn't leave in a hurry, otherwise I really wouldn't have seen this scene. However, it is also a good thing to get this fire monkey injured. It can sharpen his character and make him more capable in the next battle. Grasp. Lin Xiao looked like he was watching a show, with no intention of taking action. He even wanted to take out a red fruit from his arms. This sword hit its vital point just right. This is too energy consuming. But, Chu Feng said lightly, those 3 giant bears look like one rampaging bear. Are they from the same family? Lin Xiao looked at her suspiciously. He immediately used the detection technique to see what it was. Grumpy bear. Grade. Bronze. Level. 10. Attributes. Flame, beast. Skill 1. Flame ejection. Eject a giant flame out, attack the target, and have a 50% probability of triggering the flame ejection, causing secondary damage, extremely lethal. Ability 2. Self-ignition. The body will be wrapped in a ball of flames, which will produce a continuous burning effect on all enemies within a radius of 5 meters. Skill 3. The violent bear pounces, jumps forward, knocks the opponent to the ground, making it unable to move, and launches continuous attacks at the same time, causing continuous damage to it. Characteristics. Hot-tempered, bad-tempered. Storm bear. Grade. Bronze. Level. 10. Attribute. Water beast. Skill 1. Bay water ball, centered on the self, throws a ball of water at the target, attacks the target, and has a 50% probability of causing serious injury to the target, reducing the target's healing ability. Ability 2. Water shield. Form a water shield around you to protect yourself or your companions. Skill 3. The violent bear pounces, jumps forward, knocks the opponent to the ground, making it unable to move, and launches continuous attacks at the same time, causing continuous damage to it. Characteristics. Slow reaction, unable to deal with mummies. Explosive bear. Grade. Bronze. Level. 10. Attribute. Wood attribute. Ability 1. Pearl of wood. Condensate a pearl of wood and throw it at the target, causing a certain killing effect on the target. At the same time, there is a 50% probability of producing a binding effect on the target for 1 second. Ability 2. Nourishing. Gathers wood. Attribute energy within 3 seconds to heal yourself or team members. Skill 3. The violent bear pounces, jumps forward, knocks the opponent to the ground, making it unable to move, and launches continuous attacks greater than causing continuous damage to the opponent. Characteristics. Stupid, stupid. You actually have a family-level battle pet. It seems that Storm Bear is your lackey. However, even though they are both violent bears, isn't the level difference too big? Lin Xiao found it very interesting when he saw the attributes of these three violent bears. But soon, he became thoughtful again. This is a wilderness war pet, bronze level 10. Honestly, at his level, it doesn't matter. It only takes a few minutes for one person to deal with a violent bear. There is still one. With the help of the 5 tigers of the Bone Clan, they have the power to protect themselves. Although there is a 4-level gap between the two sides. However, they are still a silver level dragon, which can still make up for some level deficiencies to a certain extent. Coupled with the 2 newly acquired abilities, it is enough to give him an absolute advantage in this battle. However, their speed may not be as fast as that of Little Skull and Green Earthworm. Only fire, water, wood, earth. Most likely, there is also a golden bear. Not to mention, and there are more than 5 items. There is also poison, light. Thinking about a group of people with violent bear attributes coming to take revenge on him, what a terrifying scene it would be. Even Lin Xiao couldn't help but tremble. As expected. Protecting shortcomings is a big problem. Boss, should we take action? The little skeleton's voice sounded behind Lin Ping. He looked at the poor monkey and remembered the scene when he was chased by the monkey and fled. An inexplicable joy came to my heart. Boss, I think we should forget it. This dead monkey, let's forget it. I will definitely catch you. Han Hao said angrily. When Qing Xiao on the side heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. Gugo, did it hurt when you said this? You old dog, you actually think other people are despicable people. Lin Xiao stared at them and cursed in a low voice. Quiet, don't scare the snake, otherwise you will scare the snake. What we have to do is use this time to lay a trap. However, that dead monkey is quite smart. It's better to find his route to avoid a long night of dreams. While talking, Lin Xiao's eyes began to wander, and his eyes kept wandering around. Not long after, his eyes flashed, as if he had made a new discovery. His eyes turned and fell on the explosive bear and fire monkey. In a dense forest, a dark cave is vaguely visible. The entrance to the cave. There are also many fruits. Mostly bananas, but most of it was rotten and full of flies. This is too disgusting. Eat, eat. It seems that the fire monkey lives here. Lin Xiao nodded in affirmation. Honey equals bear, fruit equals monkey. If it is at the entrance of the cave, arrange a silver level lightning trap. All it takes is a kick from the fire spirit monkey. Gai, that scene comes to mind. Lin Xiao suddenly laughed strangely. Lin Ping asked the little skeleton to stay here. He carefully hid his figure and walked towards the cave. A shallow hole was dug. He put a silver level lightning capture trap into it. This is also just in case. Lin Xiao even threw some rotten fruits on top of it. As he walked back into the bushes, the 3 violent elemental bears launched another attack. And the other side, because of his serious injuries, he died almost motionless. There was also a fresh banana in his hand. Don't be a hungry person. Discerning, without further delay, Han Hao, Qingshu, you each have 1 head, and I each have 1 head. What a pity. I originally planned to eat more watermelon and torment the fire monkey more. He shook his head and sighed. Lin Xiao raised his chin at Ziyu and Ziyu, asking Ziyu and Ziyu to take action. As soon as this statement came out, after saying that, the little skeleton figure flashed and disappeared again. Obviously, it was again going to ambush Lin Ping. The 5 members of the Qinghao and Jiyu clans interpreted the word warrior vividly. Isn't this a case of brain damage? Water vortex activates instantly. 6 streams of dark blue water swirled in the air and rushed forward. That scene was truly spectacular. Result. Green Skull chose a giant beast with water attributes, and the giant beast with wood attributes was another giant beast with wood attributes. He is the most powerful one. Of course it's reserved for little skeletons. You 6 guys have no martial arts skills at all, and you only look for weak people to attack. This way, the 3 violent bears all looked confused. Without giving them any chance to react, they punched them directly. A spear pierced the water blast bear's shoulder, leaving a trace of skeleton on its body. The violent giant beast had already responded before the little skeleton used the Millennium Kill. But his feet were still cut deeply and he almost fell to the ground. But it's even worse. There's nothing stronger than a woodburst bear. He even exposed his back to the 5 tigers of the Bone Clan. 5 bones pierced his body, knocking him out and hitting a tree. Roar! A deafening roar echoed through the sky. In an instant, a roar came from the forest. The fire monkey, who was already dying, suddenly opened his eyes when he heard this scream, and he turned over and got up from the ground. He couldn't believe his eyes. 3 fools, someone actually stabbed them in the back. Jurjurji. A crisp cry sounded. Jurjurji. A crisp cry sounded. The fire monkey immediately dropped the banana in his hand, clapped his hands, and was about to get down from the tree. But at this moment, he saw a figure in the distance. He quickly climbed back onto the branch, hiding his body, with an expression like, "It's that monster again, what are you playing? I have just left the tiger's mouth and already. You have entered the wolf's den. Ha ha." Grinning. He glanced at the timid fire monkey and secretly complained in his heart. Lin Xiao chuckled, slowly stepped forward, and waved to her. "Ahem, you kid, why did you become like this after not seeing each other for a day? This is not okay. How about you come over and let's talk about your dreams, or I can take you with me." The fire monkey also activated its spiritual wisdom and clearly understood what Lin Xiao meant. A look of disdain. "Can you take me with you? Are you trying to lend me money? If not, let him be a slave. Not to mention, after all, Lin Xiao's box was stolen by him. Although he didn't succeed, the roller was still tied. Is he that good?" Jurjurji. A crisp cry sounded. The fire monkey raised its right arm high and roared, full of vigilance. The other side, a pair of small eyes, looking left and right from time to time, thinking about how to escape. Lin Xiao deliberately revealed his base camp and said with a smile. "Stop looking, aren't you going to run away? However, you have been seriously injured, and my pet can quickly kill 3 violent bears. It is not difficult to catch you back. I tell you, as long as you are honest, you will not be punished in any way." While talking, Lin Xiao took out his flame-repeating bow and fired 2 shots. He hesitated. The fire monkey looked submissive and lowered his head. However, he was in no hurry to go in. Instead, he pointed at the banana. "How do I say this? Would you like one?" Lin Xiao only found it funny when he saw this scene. Under such circumstances, you still want to eat bananas. He didn't want to be a hungry man. The results of it. Are you planning to run away after eating? Still. Does this banana have other functions? Think so. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze fell on the half-remaining fresh banana. Seiji started investigating. No information is displayed. Jurjurji. A crisp cry sounded. On a big tree. Lin Xiao didn't move for a long time. The fire monkey bared its teeth and scratched its ears and cheeks. Baffling. Upon contact with that strange creature, it seemed like there were millions of ants crawling around on it. She is just a plaything to be exploited. Jurjurji. A crisp cry sounded. He didn't think too much. Suppressing the impatience in his heart, the fire spirit monkey raised his right arm and shouted. Immediately afterwards, he completely hid his body behind a big tree, only revealing a pair of cunning eyes. Judging from the posture, it seems that he will not give up until he finishes eating the banana. Ha ha, he smiled. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth. He glanced at the little skeleton and others next to him, and realized that he would have to wait for a while if he wanted to resolve this battle. He raised his head and looked at Zhang Han. "If you want to eat, I'll pick it up for you. But you have to think clearly. If you dare to play any tricks, I will hang you on the wall every day to let you know your weaknesses. You understand?" He smiled lightly. "Just a reminder." Lin Xiaobing watched intently and slowly walked towards a banana tree. The flaming crossbow arrow was shot, aiming directly at the fire monkey. If he dares to escape. With the ring of precision, the hit rate of this flaming crossbow is as high as 99%. Not to mention, at this time, the fire spirit monkey had been severely injured. Although the flame crossbow arrows are not of high quality, they still have certain penetrating power. Jurjurji. A crisp cry sounded. He heard the word, weakness, clearly. The fire monkey was startled and subconsciously covered his butt. It is well aware of its weaknesses. Really, so insidious. Just ignored it. Lin Xiao found a banana tree nearby. More than 10 meters away. A rich fruity aroma hits your nostrils. Not to mention, take a sip and your whole body will feel light and airy. In that battle just now, he had exhausted all his strength. In an instant, most of his injuries had recovered. That's not true. Perhaps, this is a treasure as famous as the red fruit. Lin Xiao was thoughtful. His eyes lit up. Detection is activated. Good banana. Introduction. A rare fruit that can quickly replenish energy, restore injured strength, and relieve pain after taking it. Long-term use has a very good strengthening effect on the physical body. Monkey head. You are really a disobedient guy. It seems that I need to teach you a lesson. Lin Xiao took a look at the good banana and felt happy. If eaten for a long time, the effect is similar to that of Zuguo. Only, taking it in a short period of time can allow your body to recover, gain strength and relieve pain. This is something similar to a potion. And, this is much better than healing medicine. If the fire monkey could eat more, maybe he will really escape. But now, an evil smile appeared at the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth, and he was already thinking about it. He took advantage of the victory and pursued it. His right hand jerked. In an instant, he took out several bronze-level paralyzing toxins. Use your fingers to poke some small holes in the banana. A paralyzing toxin is then injected into it. By the way, this is a toxin called a green caterpillar, and its toxin is a very unpleasant-smelling toxin. But this is just a poison. This is a clear liquid, colorless and odorless. There is also boiled water. Can't tell who it is. Lin Xiao is not worried about being noticed by the fire monkey. After all, he is very powerful and powerful. After all, once people are overwhelmed by anxiety, they can easily lose their minds. Look at that tree again. 3 bananas were thrown into the air. The fire monkey grabbed it and immediately started gobbling it up. He glanced down at Lin Xiao. The monkey chuckled. As he spoke, he gave him a thumbs up. Wait until it eats all 3 bananas. Most of the injuries on his body have healed. Until then, can't you just run away as you please? Tisk, 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 it seems you don't know how high the sky is and how high it is. That's all, I'll let you suffer a little later. Lin Xiao was not angry, but just watched silently. The other side, and Little Skull and others are nearing the end. The first one to take action was neither Han Hao nor Qingshu. This is true, although his level is very low. But it can't be a 5-on-1 opponent. Just as Mummy Bear recovered, he was slapped hard, and it happened within a second. Who can bear this tone? What's more, there is Death Fire. It is simply the nemesis of tanks. With its powerful defense, it couldn't even hold on for 10 minutes. Drenched with blood, this way, Violent Bear and Violent Bear fell one after another. Notice, congratulations, your pet killed a ferocious beast named Wooden Explosive Bear. You have gained a small amount of experience. Notice, congratulations, your pet killed a wild beast named Fire Bear, and you got a small amount of experience. System prompt. Congratulations, your pet killed a wild combat pet named Water Explosive Bear. You got a small amount of experience points. Okay. It was thrown directly at his feet. Seeing a fire monkey standing on this big tree, the corners of the little skull's mouth were slightly raised. You really deserve a beating. Thanks for your hard work. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, expressing approval. At this time, Qingfu stood up and stared at the fire monkey. The head, my mechanical hook, hasn't been used yet. How about you catch it? Qingxiao murmured to himself. The soul fire in his eyes was beating, expressing his anger. Obviously everything that happened before was seen. He is very angry. Well, that's not necessary. The lightning trap has been set up, I want to teach it a lesson. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and then shook his head. If you catch it directly, it would be a waste. Not long after. On a big tree, after swallowing a good banana, the wounds on the fire monkey's body showed signs of recovery. And his physical strength is enough for him to use this skill. Only, just when he was about to leave, at this moment, he suddenly felt that his feet were weak, and his whole body began to convulse involuntarily. The strength that had just been restored began to drain away rapidly. Jurjurji, the little girl yelled. He felt the changes in himself. The fire monkey was stunned and kept grabbing his body with both hands. He tried hard to expel this emotion. No way. In the past, when he ate a banana, he felt full of strength and wanted to be the enemy of heaven and earth. This time, why is this happening? Wait a moment. Could it be food poisoning? Think about it this way. The fire spirit monkey's face instantly turned livid, and he tightly grasped his weak spot. Etc. Do you want to become a jet? Only. In the past, it could produce more than 10 bananas at a time. This has never happened before. Besides, moreover, it was still under such a bad situation. If these guys find out about their situation, they will rush over and tear themselves into pieces immediately. Jurjurji. A crisp cry sounded. He hesitated. The fire monkey barely supported himself and waved his hand to Lin Xiao. Let him come closer. Only. My heart suddenly sank. Lin Xiao did not go far, but walked over slowly. With a smile on his face, he said, Okay, stop pretending here, I feel tired even if you are not tired. Let me guess, do you feel weak, all the muscles in your body are shaking unconsciously, and you have an urge to sleep? Squeak. The fire monkey stretched its neck with a surprised look on its face. Well, how did you find out? Ha ha, he smiled. He smiled faintly and said, I drugged you. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Shifeng took out a bottle of bronze-level paralyzing toxin from his backpack and showed it to the fire monkey. Besides, just to be on the safe side, I drank 4 bottles. You don't have to worry. This drug will only give you a numb feeling. Other than that, it has no other side effects. Drug. He was drugged. As soon as Lin Xiao said this, the fire monkey suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked straight at him. He was angry, but also helpless. Evildoer. Simply devilish. All of this started from when he killed the violent bear until now. From start to finish, he felt like he was trapped in a cage created by this monster. Inextricable. At this moment, he had no strength left. But it is not willing to give in. There is also a sweet banana waiting for him. And the beautiful female monkey was waiting for him. Squeak. A scream sounded. Jurjurji. A crisp cry sounded. Think so. The fire monkey seemed a little unwilling, and let out a sharp roar. Next moment, whoosh, a blazing flame, mixed with golden light, burst out from its body. Soaring into the sky. When the light disappears, the fire monkey's injuries have healed, and the injuries on his body have disappeared. Even the paralysis effect disappeared. This is not over yet. Behind it, there are 3 flames hovering. Each flame has a different color. But there is no exception. Every talisman contains endless power. Exclaimed. What the hell is going on? This style of painting is so different. Lin Xiao's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but cursed. Could it be that it evolved because of its own pressure? This is not impossible. Wrong. This monkey's strength has not improved, but at this moment, it gives me a faint feeling of danger, especially those 3 flames. The little skeleton stood in front of him, his voice was low and full of majesty. Qing Skull, as well as the 5 tigers of the Jiyu family, are all secretly on guard. Be ready to kill the opponent forcefully at any time. Only, yes. Next moment, with a squeak sound, a ball of flame emerged from the fire monkey's butt. His body turned into a red shadow and disappeared from the place. If you don't run away now, when will you wait? So fast. Even though Lin Xiao and others were mentally prepared, they were also caught off guard. Lin Xiao was speechless for a moment. Ziyu and Ziyu were speechless. This guy runs so fast. My lord, what should I do? Lin Xiao shook his head. Not in a hurry. Don't worry, it can't escape. Just wait another minute and we can put away the vegetables. That's a fire monkey. That's a cave. Less than a minute. Lin Xiao only heard a shrill scream coming from a distance. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Ah, a shrill scream sounded. Holy crap, how can it be so powerful? Are you having so much fun? .00. Lin Xiao shuddered, called a group of bones, and ran away. When he saw the scene in front of the cave, he couldn't help laughing. The mechanism that captures lightning is fully triggered. Rays of thunder spread in all directions. Even if it's broad daylight. Everything within a few dozen meters of the surrounding area was illuminated. And at this time, he was right in the center of the lightning, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. From a distance, it looked like he was dancing. The hair all over its body stood up and its two eyes turned white. If Lin Xiao hadn't known better, the lightning capturing mechanism wouldn't have been able to hurt anyone at all. Probably thinking that the fire monkey was dead. Yo! A scream sounded. Monkey King, did you do something wrong to be struck by lightning? Lin Xiao approached step by step, talking obscenely. Now, this time is the best opportunity. There is only one golden elf orb in his hand. It must be 100% successful. Jurjurji, a crisp cry sounded. Let me go, the fire monkey said in a trembling voice. Little leopard was stunned. You can actually speak. Lin Xiao was startled. He understood that this was a sign of the fire monkey Lin Xing. However, speaking words represents wisdom. Just now. At best, it's just a semi-finished product. Nonsense, Li Tianming replied. You, haha, he smiled. Okay, I'll let you go down, but I can tell you that if you run down again. While talking, Lin Xiao chose to turn off this silver-level lightning catcher. The lightning flashed away. The fire monkey lay softly on the ground, occasionally twitching. Even if there is no thunder and lightning. Moreover, the paralysis effect can last for a while. Lin Xiao nodded slightly and asked the little skeleton and the others to surround the fire monkey. He squatted down slowly. Little monkey, I won't waste my time with you anymore. How's it going? He smiled faintly. The fire spirit monkey bared its teeth and said angrily, it's poisoning and trapping again, and you still want to accept me as a pet. You think so? The words fell. He turned his head. Lin Xiao was choked and speechless, and said angrily, you still have trouble with me. It was obviously you who provoked me first. Besides, you see, your strength has improved a lot, you have also broken the shackles of your spiritual intelligence, and you have learned to speak. All of this is because of me. If you take refuge in me, maybe you can use this as a basis to evolve again. This is not just talk. As long as it is not stimulated to its full potential. With the blessing of evolutionary road, his body became stronger. Don't say that the first time, the second time, and the third time were all not dreams. Certainly, of course, all this requires sufficient materials for the group trip. Humph, he snorted coldly. Don't even think about it. There was a hint of eagerness to try in the fire monkey's eyes, but he had been tricked so many times, so naturally he couldn't be deceived so easily. Sometimes, for a battle pet, evolution is more important than one's own life. It would be nice to evolve once. And twice. This guy is just a pig-brained person, and what he says is not reliable at all. Well, if that's the case, it's going to be troublesome. But if that's the case, then we don't do anything. Looking at the fire monkey who didn't know the heights of the sky, Lin felt uncomfortable in his heart. The name of the Great Werewolf is indeed well deserved. Even better than ruthless people. Only, again, Lin Xiao is still very satisfied with this fire monkey. Determined, tough. In addition to strong combat effectiveness and great potential, these are also the qualities that a qualified pet should possess. Compared with the little skeleton, it's far behind. A good beating will make you obedient. Beat him. An idea suddenly came to Lin Xiao's mind, and an evil smile appeared on his face. After saying that, he looked at the little skeletons and said to Lin Ping, go, find a rope and hang this guy on it. Then, beat him, but don't kill him. What, not just to fight? Should I hang him up and beat him? This is naked humiliation. The fire monkey suddenly turned around and looked directly at Lin Shui with his eyes. His eyes were as firm as ever. Soon, he reacted. Lin Xiao ordered. Green Skull and others responded, immediately took a vine, tied the fire monkey together, and then hung it upside down. Immediately afterwards, he grabbed a handful of branches and slapped the fire monkey's ass hard. Boom! Ah! A shrill scream sounded. Jurjurji! A crisp cry sounded. He felt a burning pain. 6, 7, 7. The fire monkey shuddered, curled up into a ball, rolled its eyes, and let out a shrill scream. Who will feel the most pain after this slap? At this point, no one can match him. He just got punched 10 times. The skin and muscles will feel red, swollen and numb. This is simply open to the flesh. Come on, come on. I don't think your butt is very red, please put it on. Lin Xiao sat down casually on the rock next to him, with a smile on his lips. It's like watching a play. You. I just want to know if you are willing. Han Hao looked excited and kept beating with the whip in his hand, doing his best every time. Half of his body was almost beaten to pieces. All are pets. Got beaten up. Now that Lin Xiao is the leader, of course he will not take revenge. But you can bully your brother. The strange laughter of quacking came from Han Hao's mouth. The more relaxed Han Hao became, the more relaxed he became. Creepy. Subconsciously distanced himself. Not long after, the fire monkey ate the roasted barbecue and cried, wow. Her tears couldn't stop falling. What did I say? Say it quickly. The first thing is to spank me and see how crooked my butt is. Lin Xiao followed her gaze. Sure enough, her butt, which was already red, now seemed to be bleeding. Not to mention, her butt bulged out by a full 3 centimeters. Sad. All right. Lin Xiao smacked his lips and stepped forward. So, have you thought about it? Do you want to be my pet? The fire monkey raised his head, no longer as arrogant as before, and lowered his voice. If I don't agree, will you hit me again? Beat you? No. Lin Xiao shook his head, with a look of impatience on his face. My time is precious and I can't afford to waste it. If you disagree again this time, I will have to give you a shot of humane destruction. Everything I just said is true. If you are with me, I can help you improve before you have fully reached your potential. Did you see it? What was originally a bronze-level skeleton has now turned into a silver-level skeleton with intelligence. Up to you. His finger pointed at Qing Fu and the 5 tigers of the Jiyu family. The words fell. Lin Xiao held the only golden elf in her hand and waited quietly. This time, the wait wasn't long. The fire monkey's eyes fell on the skeletons, and a trace of interest flashed in his eyes. And now, being threatened by Lin Xiao like this. I would like to be your pet. But you have to give me a way to evolve. A bright smile appeared at the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth. That's pretty much it. If you follow him, you will definitely get good results. Without any hesitation, Lin Bai threw it out directly. A white light flashed and the fire monkey was sucked into it. System prompt. Flame monkey, the golden wild pet, has been captured by you. Flame monkey. He looked stunned. It actually changed its name. It seems that it has indeed evolved, but I don't know if it has been used up. Lin Xiao murmured to himself. The flame ape was released again. He opened his properties bar. Fire ape. Grade. Gold. Level. 7. Attributes. Flame, beast. Loyalty. 60. Skill 1. Flame whip. A whip of flame is swung out, which can carry out long-range attacks on the target within a certain range, and comes with a burning special effect. Skill 2. Blazing fireball. Breathing out a ball of flame, producing an explosion effect when attacking, extremely lethal. Ability 3. Raging flames. Turn into a ball of flame, rush forward with lightning speed, cause damage to all enemies in its path, and add an irresistible knockback special effect. Skill 4. Samadhi True Fire. The flame ape can form 3 flames in its body, with attributes such as explosion, fire poison, and tracking. It is extremely lethal. After being used once, it will cool down for a week. Characteristics. Bad hands, naughty, likes to burn other people's butts. Tisk, a gold-level pet has really powerful attributes after an upgrade. Even that little skeleton has a strong sense of crisis towards the Samadhi True Fire. This Samadhi True Fire may not be that simple. Lin Xiao looked at the attribute column of the flame monkey and thought to himself. It has evolved once. However, on the surface, this doesn't mean much. The first 3 skills have not changed much. It's just that the name has changed. It looks more imposing and powerful. However, the loyalty of this flaming ape made him a little dissatisfied. Only 60 points are required. This guy is a traitor. Don't worry, things have to be done step by step. His loyalty will only increase if you are tied to him. By the way, I want to try to see if I can evolve again. Think about it this way. Lin Xiao looked down and saw the row of evolution. The path of evolution. 1. Flame ape. Focus on developing the potential of the beast element, and with the assistance of the fire element, it enhances its close combat power, can break mountains and rocks, and can fly into the sky and escape from the earth. Materials: a diamond-level beast skeleton, 1,000 hammer flame iron, and a beast king fruit. 2. Balrog monkey. With the fire element as the core and the beast element as the auxiliary, it increases the number and power of the Balrog skills, which can burn the sky and boil the sea. Materials required: a diamond-level fire attribute wild pet skeleton, a lava heart, and 10 fire crystals. Poof! There was a soft sound. Lin Xiao's eyes widened, looking in disbelief. He stared at the panel intently. Both directions. This was the first time he saw it. Not to mention, a flame ape, after completing one self-evolution, can evolve in 2 ways. That is to say, this is a stronger existence than the little skeleton. Perhaps, it's even possible to advance to diamond level. After a while, Lin Xiao slowly moved his body and looked at Mie Yuan at his feet strangely. Because only the Beast Master can see the special interface. Seeing Lin Xiao like this, the flame monkey couldn't help but scratch his ears. Zhizhi, Linli shouted to Linli. Do you think I can do it? Can I continue to evolve? In my life? At this point, the fire ape covered his mouth and burst into tears. At this moment, he felt that his life had become eclipsed. Lin Xiao looked helpless. Okay, can you stop thinking so much? I didn't say anything. And even if we can't evolve, we can still create a piece of the sky with our own hands. While talking, he even stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. This time, the flame ape howled loudly. Am I really unable to continue to improve? How can it be? Lin Xiao stopped teasing and told the truth directly. Not only can you evolve, you can also choose 2 directions. Tisk tisk, this is the first time I've seen such a talent like yours. Do all these people have this kind of personality? Lin Xiao's eyes turned and landed on the little skeleton. Okay, this is an almost perverted existence. This was the first time they had seen someone absorb the boss's inheritance. It is impossible for the 3 bosses to give them such an opportunity. Can it be advanced? There are 2 directions. Oh. The flame ape jumped up excitedly and began to return to his ancestors' rear, although the little skeletons have no eyes. However, judging from the fire of their beating souls, it is clear at a glance. It's so jealous. For pets, evolution is as important as their own lives. This made him very excited. So, I have 2 directions. What are the required medicinal materials? Lin Xiao smiled slightly and explained patiently. One is a flame gorilla, one is a flame gorilla, one is a flame gorilla, and one is an elemental gorilla. I advise you to choose the second one. As for materials, do you have a diamond-level wild pet skeleton here, as well as a lava core and fire crystal? Needless to say, of course not. The flaming monkey was like a punctured balloon, its head drooping. Diamond skull. Not to mention the skull. Not only is it hard to get your hands on. Even if he meets a diamond-level wild pet, he may not be his opponent. Lin Yun had never heard of it and thought it would not be a good thing. This is the easiest way. Maybe it's the fire crystal. Don't worry, just follow me and I will fix it for you. Kick him over. Lin Xiao thought it was ridiculous. As a beast master, he is most anxious for his pets. Tip: you have developed a liking for your pet, Flame Monkey, and gained 20 points of loyalty points. His loyalty has reached 80. If nothing else, it would be his pet. One more. Lin Xiao felt very happy. Then, Angelette turned around and looked at the hole in front of him. The cave was pitch black, giving people a creepy feeling, as if a giant beast was opening its bloody mouth, waiting for prey to arrive. Only, he felt a gust of wind blowing by his ears. Angelette vaguely felt that there seemed to be an exit at the end of the cave. Double entrance. This is not a good place to be. Think for a moment. Lin Xiao looked at the flame ape at his feet and said, "You really settled here? Why don't you look like a monkey?" The fire ape touched his head and said with some embarrassment, "This cave does not belong to me, but to those bears. This area is very deep and I can only move around the entrance. Become the king of the mountain." Lin Xiao looked at it with a strange look. I offended someone, yet I dared to spend the night in front of them. Isn't this seeking death? The storm bear was killed by me a few days ago, as well as the storm bear, and those 3 poor. Isn't there a golden bear in this cave? Lin Xiao said thoughtfully. The flame monkey shook his head, looking like I didn't know either. To deal with 3 violent bears is to seek death. If we met a family, I'm afraid their bones would have been wiped out long ago. He didn't dare go any further. I just know that there are many people in the Baoshang family, and they are not someone to be trifled with. In that case, let's go in and have a look. Maybe there will be any surprises. Little monkey, it's time to shine. Lin Xiao nodded slightly and made a gesture to start the journey. Yan Yuan had no objection to this request. She rubbed her hands together. He held a ball of flame and walked in slowly. Lin Xiao was surrounded by Little Skull, Green Grasshopper and others, just in case. Go into the cave. In an instant, Angelet vaguely felt that something was moving in his nose, and a pungent smell suddenly filled the air. This time, it was even stronger than the last time, so rich that Lin Shui could hardly open her eyes. Ah, she spat. Lin Xiao's face was ashen and he felt like vomiting. The flame monkey smiled and said, "Haha, boss, this has nothing to do with me, it's all those bears' fault." Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. With the help of fire. He even saw many rotten fruits scattered on the ground. These are the best bananas. The evidence is irrefutable, but you still want to deny it. Lin Xiao secretly swore that when he came back, he would give it a good lesson. Otherwise, I don't know how this base camp will be dismantled. He didn't think too much. Keep going. Go further in. There are traces of claws scratching everywhere on the surrounding stone walls. Some of them were obviously made recently and didn't look very fresh. Click. There was a crisp sound. A crisp voice sounded. Lin Xiao was startled and quickly looked down. It was just a pile of rotting bones, so he felt relieved. However, when he looked around, he couldn't help but exhale. Corpses everywhere. If he hadn't known that he was in a cave, he would have even doubted whether he was in the catacombs. Zhizhi. Yun Ruian called out, "Boss, do we want to go in?" The leading flame ape suddenly stopped and spoke in a low voice. It was a little scared. "Nonsense," he replied angrily. "What is this?" Lin Shui glared angrily. At first glance, he appears to be an inexperienced person. These corpses were nothing to him. Another 3 minutes or so passed. At last, a faint voice came from far away. Well. As the distance gets closer, the sound gradually became louder. Is that snoring? There are wild pets sleeping there. The snoring got louder. Moreover, this is because of the cave. These sounds are like thunder in your ears. Only. Even though his voice was amplified, Linley could still picture the approximate size of a wild pet in his mind. Violent bear. It was a golden giant beast, twice as tall as a violent bear. Lying on the ground, it looks like a hill. Boss, what should we do now? Listen to this sound, it sounds like a huge beast. The voice of a small skeleton came from behind, disrupting Lin Xiao's thoughts. A quick glance. At this moment, the little skeleton's body was slightly arched, holding a bone sword in his right hand. Total darkness. His eyes were burning with flames, staring at Li Shang. It can be seen that he is very excited. Why are you so excited? Lin Xiao. Han Hao touched his head and whispered, "Boss, do you feel that it is easy to be attacked from behind in this place?" As soon as this statement came out, Qingshu immediately walked over, nodded and said, "I think so too, we can kill his family while it is sleeping. The 5 tigers of the Bone family, 2 old men, you were right, we can cover his head with a bag and then attack him in groups." Based on a small skull, the other 6 skeletons also spoke to each other. It's getting further and further away. Okay, stop arguing. Lin Xiao felt a chill in her heart and immediately glared at them. What exactly did they hear? One is a sneak attack and the other is a robber. The other 5 are even more exaggerated. He wants to cover the opponent with a cloth bag, and then hit him with the cloth bag. This is his characteristic. If this were the case, maybe his pet team will become a gangster. Shut up. Little monkey, you extinguish the flame, and we will sneak into it quietly. It's better to wait until I figure out the attributes of the violent bear. The order was given. Lin Xiao waved his hand and walked in at the lead. Turned a corner. Lin Xiao could vaguely see a huge figure looming in front of him. Along with the sound of snoring, the black shadow also rose and fell. So big. It seems that these two people are not on the same level. Lin Xiao looked at the shadow and felt speechless. He looked around. This dark figure is nearly 5 meters tall. A full 7 or 8 meters high. Lin Xiao's height is less than his knees. Ha! Lin Lei exhaled a thick breath. Take a deep breath to suppress the shock in your heart. Lin Xiao immediately used a detective technique to find out. Golden explosive bear. Grade: Platinum. Level: 10. Attribute: Metallic attribute. Skill 1. Golden ball throwing. Create a huge golden ball. When the golden ball collides with the target, the golden ball explodes and sword light overflows, causing fatal damage to the target. Extremely lethal. Skill 2. Sharp blade claw. Condensing metal elements on the sharp blade, launching an attack on the target, with a 100% probability of triggering, continuous bleeding, extremely lethal. Ability 3. Extreme puncture. Accumulate for 1.5 seconds, step hard on the ground, release a steel needle at a distance of 50 meters, causing puncture damage to the target, unable to defend. Skill 4. Golden shield arms. Convert the arms into a metal form to enhance your own strength and also serve as a shield for defense. Characteristics. Aging, suffering from Alzheimer's disease. Oh no, the younger one has been dealt with, and so has the old one. Is this a silver level 10 golden bear? When he looked at the attributes of Jinbao bear, Lin Xiao looked confused, his eyes wide open and full of shock. From the beginning, he noticed this golden explosive bear. He has long been mentally prepared for powerful enemies. But who would have thought? Surprisingly, I met a silver level warrior here. And those 4 overbearing and unparalleled moves. Comprehensive strength. At most, it's bronze level 15. Compared with the previous 4 violent bears, it is simply a world of difference. Long range attack, close range attack, surprise attack, critical hit, defense increase. This is a very terrifying combination. We're in trouble now. Lin Xiao cursed in his heart, but his mind was quickly thinking of countermeasures. He killed a lot of bronze level 10 battle pets. However, this was the first time he encountered a silver level 10 monster. He is not willing to give in. He is not willing to give in. Compared with the Cyan Deer King, this golden bear is weaker. If you run away at this time, there is no need to go to the Blue Elk King again. I don't have anything else, so I'm counting on the little skeleton. I want to find its flaws. Yes, the golden boom bear's body is too big. In the cave, its movements will definitely be restricted. This is our best chance to deal with it. The second reason is that this golden explosive bear is special. After it reaches adulthood, its combat power will be greatly reduced. This is a good opportunity. Lin Xiao murmured in a low voice, with a flash of light in his eyes. After saying that, he asked Ziyu and the others to step back a little. After making sure there is no danger, Lin Xiao first glanced at the little skeleton and said, "This golden bear has reached the 10th level of silver. This battle is extremely dangerous. Little skeleton, use your killing skills and your despicable bones to attack its weaknesses in the dark and do as much damage as possible." Lin Xiao saw the little skull, nodded and said, "Let Qingxiao go head to head with those 5 ferocious beasts. Don't get too close. That ferocious beast has AoE skills. That little monkey, you have to decide what to do when the time comes. Just don't get beaten to death." The words fell. He looked around. These skeletons have no fear or any loyalty. Of course they won't object. But who would have thought? The flaming ape seemed very excited too. As expected. "Anyone with unclean hands is a coward," he shouted. "Come on." Lin Xiao ordered. The little skeleton's figure flickered, teleporting like a ghost to a very far away place. Then, he quietly touched the back of Jinbao Shang, holding the long sword in both hands. His eyes swept over and landed on the sleeping golden bear. The little skeleton's body slowly squatted down, and then, its body suddenly rose into the air. The ultimate trick, Millennium Kill, is activated. The white bone sword turned into a huge dragon, carrying a hurricane, and stabbed Jinbao in the chest. Beep. Shameless Bone is turned on and has a 100% critical hit rate. Kill is activated and explodes with 2 fatal blows and 2 attacks. Puff, puff. There was a soft sound. The sound of a sharp blade cutting into flesh was heard. That's not all. The little skeleton took Lao Lu's ability to its extreme, stirring and piercing it at the same time. In an instant, blood spurts out. Roar! A deafening roar echoed through the sky. The giant bear, who was still sleeping soundly, suddenly seemed to be struck by a bolt of lightning, its eyes widened, and it let out a painful wail. His whole body was shaking. He rolled his eyes and was about to faint. With this roar, the entire cave shook violently, and countless stone fragments fell down. If it's not strong enough, I'm afraid Lin Xiao and the others will be buried alive. Successful. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Freeze your hands. Wait until you freeze. At this time, in the field, he felt the sharp pain in his ribs. Jin Baoshang was so angry that he became crazy. It raised its arm and was about to attack the little skeleton. The golden elements in the air are like whales sucking water, sweeping away in the direction of the golden explosion one after another, turning its whole body into a dazzling golden color. In an instant, the cave is brightly lit. Only, she is older and her body is no longer in its prime. Moreover, his weakness also suffered a fatal blow. Jin Baoshang staggered and finally got up, but fell to the ground again. Ouch! A shrill scream. The screams sounded again. Jin Baoshang was helpless. He had no choice but to squat down and try to open his wound as much as possible to relieve the pain. His grandson, Baoshang, was stabbed to death. This time, he was slapped in the face again. As expected, this scene really happened again. The 5 tigers of the Bone family, fellow Taoist Qing Fu. Do it. Lin Xiao turned his hand and took out the flaming bow, and an arrow shot through the air. Then his figure suddenly retreated, and he retreated more than 50 meters. He is really afraid of extreme penetration. Understood. Nodded. The blue skull and the 5 tigers of the Bone family simultaneously used vortex stab on the golden explosive bear. But Jin Baoshang is a man who has experienced hundreds of battles, and his reactions are also very fast. Steel arm activates. In an instant, his arms turned from flesh to steel. Cut out with one sword. A cold light flashed, like a bolt of lightning piercing the sky. A moment, the green skull 6 pets that were charging forward were immediately bounced back. It hit the wall and the ground. Exclaimed, "You killed 6 of my men in one move." The difference in strength between them at the same level is really quite big. Lin Xiao shook his head, with a wry smile on his face. He quickly applied some healing ointment to the bodies of Qing Skull and others. Later, he patched up a set of golden scale armor for each of the 5 old men, and then he felt relieved. Fortunately, I got a lot of silk thread from the box before. With this golden armor, my life will be much safer, at least I won't be killed instantly. This statement, out, the 5 tigers of Qing Skull and Bone family all pounced on Ji Hao. This time, he did not use charge, but approached quickly. And the green grasshopper immediately launched rampage. The moment he approached the golden boom bear, Lin Lei was stunned. 6 skeletons attacked simultaneously. Skeleton self-destructs. Continuous armor-breaking technique. Deathfire. The 5 fierce tigers of the Jiyu family behaved quite normally. In just a few seconds, he launched a fierce attack on Jin Buro. Burning with the breath of death. Jin Baoshang's body was quickly covered by a black aura. Then, he saw Jin Baoshang's face. A few seconds ago. Obviously, he is much older. No matter how strong the power of death is, the power of death will take away the target's life. Cannot be reversed. Unlike ordinary injuries, these injuries will not have any impact on him after they heal. But this time, Qingshu's power increased unexpectedly. Just for a moment, a total of 8 times, all for the golden explosive bear. Skeleton self-destructs too. In an instant, this explosion directly exploded the golden bear into pieces. The blood volume behind skyrocketed again. It will soon become a spring of water. Roar. A huge roar sounded. The situation is not good. Jin Baoshang turned his body, blocked with his left hand, and raised his right hand. A golden ball gradually took shape in his palm. Coming. A voice came from far away. Lin Xiao increased his vigilance and reminded loudly, "Everyone spread out, this attack is AoE." Whoosh. The golden ball hit the ground. Lines of golden light exploded from inside, shooting out in all directions. The sound of bang 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 is endless. Lin Xiao once again turned his gaze to the battlefield and couldn't help but exclaimed. Punch out. Huge stones were dug out from all directions and piled in the corner. His eyes fell on the golden ball. A large pit more than 1 meter deep appeared out of thin air. This is a deep ravine, it is hard to believe that it was caused by a skill. But fortunately, Lin Xiao had already reminded him. The flame ape retreated at the critical moment. Qingfu held a whirlpool shield in front of him. And the little skeleton, he has been hiding for a long time. This can't go on like this. Lin Xiao frowned when he saw this scene. Withstood 2 blows. Their vitality is also passing away at a speed visible to the naked eye. If it weren't for their working together, I'm afraid one of them would have been killed. I still underestimated this silver level 10 battle pet. It is completely different from the battle pets I have seen before. It seems that this is the only way to break the deadlock. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed fiercely, watching this scene intently. At this time, Green Skull, the 5 tigers of Bone family, and Golden Explosive Bear started a new round of battle. The flame ape also kept harassing him. At this time, it has reached the 7th level of gold, and is still a big threat to Golden Explosive Bear. Be at ease and don't be impatient, be at ease and don't be impatient. Now, the Golden Storm Bear, lying motionless on the ground, raised its right paw and used Golden Claw. Do it. Lin Xiao suddenly stood up and took a few steps forward. Then, a faint blue light flickered in his hand. A moment, the terrifying blue bone corroding flame was like a bolt of lightning, instantly enveloping the Golden Explosive Bear. It burned, sizzlingly. Now, head-to-head confrontation cannot break through the Golden Explosive Bear's defense, but Green Grasshopper and other pets are constantly consuming their physical strength. They were prepared, and the little skeleton couldn't find the next opportunity to attack. Over time, even if they can win, they will inevitably suffer heavy casualties. This time, what he has to do is to solve the key to this crisis. But, the other side, there was also a proud smile on Jin Bao Shang's face. Speed puncture is on. A sharp spike suddenly burst out of the ground, and Lin Lei's expression changed drastically. The tip of the spike flashed with cold light and pierced Lin Xiao's jaw. If hit, his skull would definitely be impaled. Until then, even if the gods are here, they still have to shake it. This guy is actually playing tricks on me. Fortunately, I still have a backup plan. Lin Xiao's pupils shrank suddenly, staring at the spike. At 1.5s, he had already adjusted his posture. As long as it's not a fatal place, it's not a big deal. In an instant, Lin Xiao thrust the spear in his hand into the ground, trying to use his strength to avoid it. However, there is no time to take action yet. Then, he saw a stream of light. 3 huge earth walls surrounded him. Sharp spikes landed on the shield, but did not leave any traces on the shield. This is... Duan Lingtian looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment. Suddenly I remembered something and hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. More than 10 meters away, a short figure as big as a palm was flapping its wings and floating in the air. She held a ball of earth yellow light in her hands and placed it on her chest. It's like praying. Seeing Lin Xiao looking at her, she smiled sweetly. Leprechaun, what are you doing here? Lin Xiao couldn't help but take a breath when he saw the little man floating around in front of him. Ever since we parted that night. This happened after 1 day and 1 night. Brando thought to himself that the little girl named Wuya would never come to him again. Honestly, he was still at a loss in his heart. After all, if he can really sign a trade agreement with the goblins, his development will be rapid. At least, as for the Earth Crystal Stone, let alone it. Lin Xiao no longer has to worry. Fuya had given him something. Lin Xiao still remembers it clearly. He, grinning. Don't you want to see me anymore? Fuya showed a bright smile, her face flushed, and she took the initiative to jump onto Lin Xiao's palm. A warm touch came. A pair of cute big eyes could not help but narrow slightly. I originally planned to go back to the base camp to see you. I just sensed the aura of the Friends of Earth Elves when I was passing by, so I hurried over. HMPH, have you forgotten our friendship? Fuya puffed out her cheeks and complained. She had lingering fears. If he hadn't come in time. Even if Lin Xiao dodges this sword, she will still be seriously injured. She doesn't want this. Friendship between earth spirits. Hear the words. Fuya said. Lin Xiao was startled, and then he raised his hand and stroked the delicate necklace around his neck. Honestly, he actually forgot about this thing. Otherwise, you only need to summon the earth spirit to kill the golden storm bear easily. The spirit of the earth. The worst one is also a 10th level golden existence. J.A. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered something and said in a deep voice, Fuya, I remember you said that your earth spirit tribe is not allowed to attack wild pets. Doesn't this violate the curse? Fuya bit her finger and shook her head. I'm not sure. It seems that this curse only makes our attack spells ineffective, while the magic elements similar to King's Shield have no box at all. Because of this, we are hired by other intelligent creatures, but the benefits of doing so are not great. Instead, it will attract more enemies. While talking, a wry smile appeared at the corner of Fuya's mouth. Obviously, there is something unexpected here. Regarding this, Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. No sword, and no sword, these are two completely different concepts. For example, the Earth Spirit Clan. They are very powerful, but cannot hurt their opponents. If a foreign enemy invades, it will be troublesome. Except surrender. There is no other way. Ideographic period. Grinned. I have a surprise for you, let's kill this big guy first. Cheer up. Fuya showed her trademark honest smile. Staring at Jin Bao Shang with burning eyes. Zhang Zan waved his hand. A huge pillar of earth rose into the sky from the ground, like a giant snake, squirming on the ground and hitting the golden bear. Boom, boom, dust and gravel flew. But it's of no use at all. Although it looks powerful, in fact, its lethality is almost zero. Ah, Lin Yiqian was speechless. I forgot about it. Fuya stretched out her mouth in embarrassment. Lin Xiao smiled and touched her head, then put her on his shoulder. Zhang Zan was stunned. At this time, Golden Boom Bear was in so much pain that he couldn't even make a sound. The huge body curled up and shivered. The blue bone corroding flames became more intense, and even its body was constantly burning. Like a maggot on a bone. In his body, his bones are constantly burning. If you look carefully, small clumps of ash spurted out from the pores on its body. The suffering endured. The answer is obvious, but Ziyu and the others did not dare to approach rashly. Especially those skeletons. From their very bones, they are full of fear of this blue bone corroding flame. This is true even for the little skeletons hidden underground. They got out one after another and hid aside. Boss, what should we do? Should we let Qingxiao take action? Deep in Han Hao's eyes, a ball of soul fire flickered on and off, and he suddenly said. The words have not yet finished. Why don't you do it? Besides, I think that stinky monkey is more suitable. What? Where is the monkey? Ziyu and the others immediately looked around. As the words fell, Lin Xiao turned around and looked, and the expression on his face immediately became a little strange. His face kept twisting, as if he was suppressing something. Ahem. Chu Feng coughed. Han Hao, rub your butt. What does this mean? Lin Xiao covered her mouth. Little skeleton. Lin Xiao reminded. The little skeleton raised his hand and touched it, and his whole body was shocked. It's so hot. An idea flashed in my mind. It turned sharply. But he saw the flaming monkey lying behind him, with a sinister smile on his face. His right hand held a ball of flame, which was constantly burning his ribs. His left hand continued to flap. This is going to add fuel to the fire. Are you going to roast my ass? Han Hao said hoarsely. Gao Peng made a swish sound, and the soul fire in his eyes became more intense, and soon filled his entire head. Every time it hits the other person's sore spot. When will he be plotted against? This is simply intolerable. Die, die, die. The little skeleton stretched out a hand and grabbed the flame ape. But this flame ape is extremely cunning. As soon as he saw that his whereabouts were exposed, he quickly hid aside. Boss, I'm going to kill that golden bear. Go on. Quote. The flame ape showed a ferocious smile and pounced forward. Only the little skeleton was left with an angry face. Only a pair of eyes, staring at the back of the giant flaming ape and the red monkey's butt. Clearly malicious. This time, under attack from the flame apes. Not to mention the continuous damage caused by the blue bone corroding flames. Not long after, the struggling giant bear trembled violently. Finally, the whole person softened. System prompt. Congratulations, your flame monkey hunted a wild war pet named Golden Explosive Bear in the wild. You got some experience points. System prompt. The level of the 5 tigers of the bone family has improved, which is gratifying. System prompt. The blue skeleton pet has gained new abilities, the host must be sure to summon it. Another new trick. He is indeed a robber, and he truly deserves his reputation. Lin Xiao sighed in his heart. Continue down. Maybe Green Skull will be able to acquire 10 new abilities before reaching level 10. Fear, but it's also possible that he was stimulated. This time, he doesn't need to level up to get a new skill. With the 5 tigers of the bone family and the addition of the fire ape, Qingshu's strength may not be ranked second. Now, the only surprising thing is its quality. Only in this way can its strength grow rapidly. The only way is to learn new skills. However, with the evolutionary path Qin ran was different. Still no chance to get the next upgrade. I think this possibility is very small. When I have better cards and better equipment in the future, I will put it on for him. This guy should have more potential. I had a decision in my heart. Lin Xiao immediately opened the Qingshu interface and wanted to take a look. Green Grasshopper. Grade. Platinum. Level 8. Attribute. Water element. Loyalty. No limit. Skill 1. Undead power. Water whirlwind. Rage. Water whirlwind shield. Skull burst. Skill 2. Dragon waterfall. Condensate 3 huge water dragons around the body to help you fight. Within 10 seconds, the water dragons will withstand uninterrupted attacks and hit the opponent at the last moment, causing huge damage to the opponent. There is a 50% chance of being disabled. Characteristics. Thoughtful, diligent and studious, gangster style, fanatical belief. Hiss. Gasped. This ability is too incredible. It seems that Blue Skull is really going to be promoted from silver level to a higher level. Look at the attributes of Qingxiao. Even though Lin Xiao was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but exclaimed. DeLong Waterfall. That is a level higher skill than Skeleton Explosion and Vortex Stab. If there is a difference in ability, Skeleton Explosions and other things are at the silver level at best. But in DeLong Waterfall, there must be someone at the gold level. Even higher, especially the disabling special effect. Very strong. Once hit, all attributes will drop by 50%. You can say that. This will drop your level from level 100 to level 60 or 70. Is this so crazy? Other than that, nothing has changed. What? Why so much loyalty? Lin Xiao touched his head, looking puzzled. 100 loyalty represents absolute loyalty. Doesn't that mean it will never change? But it's just a skeleton. Lin Xiao looked strange and whispered, Qingshu, were you a man or a woman when you were alive? It seems to be a man. Qingfu lowered his head and said uncertainly. It was a giant cannon without bones, and its entire body was made of muscles. Nothing at all. Male, a woman whispered. Qingfu nodded in agreement. All right, turn off the control panel. Lin Xiao walked forward and looked at the body of the golden explosive bear. Zhang Zan waved his hand. Then he took out the bodies of 3 violent bears, fire, wood, and water. Hint, there is money. Fire, wood, water to explode the bear, water to explode the bear, is it decomposed? Sure, okay, then I'm welcome. Lin Xiao said. System. Congratulations, you have obtained the flesh and blood of 200 explosive bears. System prompt. 240 points of explosive bear blood. System. Congratulations on getting 4 violent bear furs. System. Congratulations on obtaining 8 violent bear claws. System. Congratulations on obtaining 4 violent bear skeletons. Congratulations, you got 20 metal fragments. System. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 flame fragments. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 wood attribute fragments. System. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 water element fragments. Great harvest. This golden bear is indeed a 10th level silver monster. It actually exploded with 20 elemental fragments. I don't know what the meat of this golden bear looks like. Lin Xiao was overjoyed, with a smile on his lips. Then he quickly pulled out a golden piece of meat from the more than 200 pieces of meat. This is an excellent piece of equipment. There must be something special. Golden explosive bear. The meat is fresh and tender. Long-term consumption can enhance physical fitness, and there is a 1% chance of gaining mental talent. It allows you to awaken new elements. The grumpy bear meat can increase blood affinity. Compare the two. The gap is too big. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Chen Feng looked at this scene and couldn't help but admire. High-grade meat is just different. Lin Xiao nodded, expressing satisfaction. This day was a fruitful one. However, this is not over yet. The hill-like giant bear also dissipated. I saw a silver-white treasure box slowly emerging. Add it in. The number of silver treasure chests in Lin Xiao's hands has reached 4. This time, he hesitated. In order to prevent the Black Hands from causing trouble, they gave all the silver treasure chests to Qi Wei. But in all fairness, everyone has a gambler's heart. Lin Xiao wants to open this treasure chest too. Opening the bronze-level treasure chest was not enough for him. Only one chance. Yes, Qi Wei only has 3 people today, and they don't have much to eat. I'll make some arrangements for her. Lin Xiao smacked his lips and decided to try it himself. But he is very sensible and straightforward. Then, he pocketed the silver treasure chest dropped by the golden bear. Then, he picked up a weapon from the skeleton basement from the ground. Such good things are naturally reserved for those who are lucky. Detection, he whispered. Silver treasure chest. There is no risk. There are many precious things inside, but there are many random factors. People who are unlucky should not open it easily. Are you hacking me? No way. Without any hesitation. Lin Xiao opened it without saying anything. In an instant, magical weapons flew out from Huang Xiaolong's body one after another. Wow, everyone exclaimed. You're lucky. Lin Yiqian smiled and said nothing more. Fuya next to her exclaimed. System, congratulations, you got 300 pieces of wood. System, congratulations, you got 30 plastic boxes. System, congratulations, you have obtained a wind crystal. System prompt, congratulations on getting a drawing. System prompt, congratulations to the host, you have obtained a bronze quality wooden torch drawing. System prompt, obtain a drawing of bronze quality pots and pans. Ah, Lin Yiqian was speechless. It stinks, a strong stench hit my nostrils. Fuya glanced at it and answered subconsciously. Then, he realized something was wrong and suddenly covered his mouth. Oh, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. It's actually quite good. Good for you, sister. Lin Xiao's face turned dark instantly and she was about to cry. There is not a single silver-level item in the silver treasure chest. The 3 bronze drawings are nothing to lose to Shifeng. But, 300 pieces of wood, is this a joke? If it is 300 silk threads and 300 plastic threads, that would be even better. Lin Xiao felt very happy. But is it necessary to use the worst wood to humiliate him? Okay, let's just treat it as a pastime. Ouch. Don't comfort me, I have bad luck. Angel rubbed her head. Lin Xiao turned his attention to the 3 drawings. He could only hope for their comfort. Learned. He clicked on the production column and looked at it. Bronze level combat boots blueprint. A piece of level 5 combat pet fur, 5 silk threads, 1 color. Introduction. It has a certain protective effect and is sturdy and durable. Bronze torch blueprint. 10 pieces of wood, the blood of a 5th level battle pet, and 10 burning accelerants. Introduction. A torch that can burn for 30 minutes. Bronze grade pots and pans blueprint. 10 stones, 10 wood, 10 metals, 1 fire crystal. Explanation. After adding water to the water, it will automatically turn into a 2-person pot. Even on the beast control continent, it can make you eat with relish, but its duration is 720 hours. Hey, Wang Yao sighed after hearing this. Not bad. These 3 drawings all look good. Lin Shui felt relieved and encouraged 643 herself in her heart. He lowered his head and looked at the sneakers on his feet. He smiled meaningfully, although he didn't use it correctly. Or sell it for money. The shoes don't have any special effects. It's like a piece of clothing or a pair of pants. It's because they need a lot of living supplies. Not to mention, these days, there has been one battle after another. And there is still a long way to go. The clothes of these beast masters were almost worn out. Lin Xiao is already very good. Although, there are more battles between them. But he didn't escape far. Therefore, although her clothes were in tatters, they could at least cover up the spring sunshine. As for others, no such luck, even the very powerful Wu Sixian. Only a thin layer of white gauze covered her body. Empty inside. I feel embarrassed just thinking about it. And the other two drawings. Lin Xiao glanced at it and his expression slightly changed. The wooden torch didn't have much effect on him. Only, a bronze-quality hot pot table really lit up Lin Xiao's eyes. Although it cannot increase combat effectiveness like weapons and equipment. But the importance is unquestionable. Of course it's hot pot. This is the most famous dish on Blue Star. And it's hot pot for two. Even if there is, a precious fire crystal is still needed. Lin Xiao is also planning to do it right away. Mag looked at Mag and thought silently in his heart. These days we only have barbecue and fish soup, we should change the taste. But, I only have a piece of meat in my hand and not a piece of vegetables. I feel like there is something missing from this hot pot meal. Lin Xiao shook his head secretly, feeling a little regretful. At this time, Fuya had been leaning on Lin Xiao's shoulder. When she heard this, her big eyes flashed, and her big eyes were filled with tears when Lin Xiao said this. Brother Lin Xiao, what is that hot pot you just mentioned? What are vegetables? Why do I think it tastes delicious? While talking, Fuya rubbed her belly with a pitiful expression. The animal meat she brought back was enough for them to eat for one day. So, when he got up in the morning, he just drank a sip of water and then left. He became excited when he heard there was something delicious to eat. There is only one thought in my mind. Dry food. Brother, Annalot looked at her in surprise. The muscles on Lin Xiao's face twitched, and his expression was a little weird. He is only 20 years old. It sounds weird to be called big brother by a little guy who has lived for hundreds of years. He didn't think too much. Lin Xiao rubbed her head and explained to her, the so-called hot pot is to boil all kinds of seasonings into soup, put all the dishes you cook into it, and then take it out after it's cooked. Appetizing. And green vegetables, well, all green vegetables are edible. Spicy and spicy. Hearing Lin Xiao's eloquent talk, Yinya had already been fascinated by it. A tear slipped from the corner of her mouth and dripped on the hem of her skirt. Suck it, he ate it one bite at a time. Brother Lin Xiao, I know where I can buy vegetables. Fuya looked determined and raised her hands. Hot pot, she must eat. You know, he smiled faintly. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment. Fuya squeezed her little hand, nodded and said, yes, Brother Lin, let me tell you, my grandpa has a secret field where many strange things are planted, and maybe some vegetables can be grown. How about we go steal some? Ha ha ha. Well, holy shit. What a filial son. Lin Xiao didn't know whether to cry or laugh for a moment. He didn't realize that Fuya was also a glutton. She was so obsessed with it even before the hot pot was ready. Then if he brings out all kinds of delicacies on Blue Star, wouldn't he be respected as dad? Maybe, perhaps, he can let her follow him. Think so. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with light. He liked the little girl's character very much. Not to mention its horror potential. If you can break this curse, your strength will make a qualitative leap. Where is that land? Okay, it's nearby. Besides, at this time, my grandpa won't come either. I think so too, Fuya said. Good. Angelette smiled. In Lin Xiao's hand, a flaming monkey blinked. He used it as a torch to illuminate the cave. There should be something else around here, right? What's going on? Lin Xiao was stunned and hurriedly greeted him. Never noticed it before. At this time, he discovered that the surrounding stone walls were covered with withered yellow vines. There was no sign of wilting at all. On the contrary. Exactly the same as the golden vine. Lin Xiao didn't say anything and directly used the detection method. Millennium Vine. Introduction. A rare material used in the production of some special items. It can also be eaten directly and has the effect of relieving pain. Golden branches and jade leaves. That's it, a material for speed potion. Lin Xiao's face showed a hint of joy. There are also plenty of fruits. The harvest this time was beyond imagination. Yang Kai gestured to Chingsku and asked her to pick those Stephania vines. Then he and the fire ape ate all the fruits. The rewards obtained are apple times 325. The best bananas x 150. Watermelon times 100. Wild fruits 630. There are 4 types in total. Only the best bananas have this effect. As for wild fruits, it is even more difficult to describe. Lin Xiao ate the piece of meat. In addition to sourness, there is also bitterness. Only, if you can persist, you might even get a sweet taste. It's better than nothing. The most important thing is that it also provides sufficient nutrition. At this time, several other pets also came over carrying a lot of stephanotis. Lord, I've collected them all. I even pulled out the roots. I can just plant them myself. Yes, he is indeed a robber. Lin Xiao looked at the messy stephanotis vine in front of him and felt a little headache. They stuffed them all into the storage compartment. There are 120 sets in total. When this is all over, Brother Lin, please have a vegetarian dish and a steamer. This little brat is actually more anxious than himself. Lin Xiao shook his head and chuckled. Then his face straightened up and he said in a deep voice, "Little friend, you have to think clearly. If we go to your grandpa's vegetable garden, if we anger him, will he?" The words have not yet finished. But Fuya patted her chest and said, "Brother Lin, don't worry, we'll just pick a little, and grandpa won't die when he gets out. Besides, if we pass by without anyone noticing, grandpa won't come looking for us." Happy. What a filial piety. Then let's go. He checked the time. 11:30 in the morning. Lin Xiao didn't waste any more time. Let Fuya lead the way to the destination. Along the way, there was no more danger. Grandpa Fuya's vegetable garden is really not too far away from here. It only takes 10 minutes. Fuya made a stop gesture and pointed forward. Brother Lin, if you go further, there is that patch of grass. Everyone, please be safe. I'm going to check on the situation. Lin Yiqian was speechless. I thought your grandpa wouldn't come at this time. Hear the words. Fuya said. Lin Shui couldn't help but open her eyes wide and was speechless. He felt that this little girl was a bit unreliable. If not, he would like to eat all the hot pot. Perhaps. He ran away early. A clear and sweet laughter sounded. I haven't decided yet, Brother Lin Xiao, just wait for me. Fuya made a face, opening her small mouth and then opening her small mouth. Then he flapped his wings and disappeared into the grass. Watching the little guy's figure disappear, Lin Xiao then let out a weak sigh. Do not know why, he felt a little uneasy. Certainly. Even if you get caught, Lin Xiao is a little awkward at best. As for fear, absolutely not. No matter how powerful the earth elemental person is, it cannot hurt other people. Do not forget, isn't Fuya supporting this from behind? If it is like this. Lin Xiao slowly turned his head and glanced at Little Skull and others. Lin Ping decided to hand it over to Little Skull first. Think about it. Shaking his head secretly, the only thing it can do now is eat ashes and rice, which puts the blame on its head. No. Result. Lin Xiao's gaze was fixed on the flame monkey. Yeah. Zhang Zan smiled. Lin Xiao waited happily for a while. Only, the flame ape, however, seemed motionless and scratched its head as if it had been struck by lightning. Before, a familiar and uneasy feeling filled its heart again. Problem occurs. The wait was not long. Fuya came back with a hint of excitement on her face. Brother Lin, hurry up, my grandpa is not here. By the way, my grandpa seems to have planted a lot of new crops recently, and they look delicious. Fuya's eyes were bright, she showed a bright smile, and grinned. At this moment, he just wants to eat hot pot now. When it was in the tribe before, it had never eaten anything. Most of the food here consists of disgusting insects and wild fruits with a bitter taste. Fortunately, it is not big in size and does not eat much. Otherwise, she was really afraid that she would survive until now. It was the best thing he had eaten in years. That's Lin Xiao's tent. So, Fuya thought in her heart. Follow Brother Lin Xiao, and there will definitely be a lot of delicious food. Let's go. Don't dare to waste a moment. Lin Xiao left as soon as he said so. Walking through the dense forest. The secret farmland that Fuya mentioned is right in front of you. Hiss. Gasped. #FT. Lin Xiao took a breath of cold air. In front of him. This is a field covering an area of about 3 acres, divided into several pieces, and planted with many crops. The fields were swept clean. He took a look. Not even a blade of grass. Around this land are rows of irrigation pipes. There are still some water stains on the ground. It must have been visited not long ago. This scene is so familiar. By the way, is it possible that the territory of the black-scaled snake is the private garden of some intelligent life? Lin Xiao lowered his head, rubbed his chin, and fell into deep thought. He immediately remembered the one he had seen before. Not very big though, but it looks similar. If this is really an intelligent life, he would make amends if he could. If not, then kill it. Think so. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom, and he had already made up his mind to investigate again if he had the opportunity in the future. It was too close to his base camp. If there is any hidden danger, it will affect the entire base. It's better to strike first. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.